Oh, yeah. Good morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, just, got any signs of life out of Mr. Fincher? Yes. I mean, it's always a thing for me, so I want to insert myself into it. At the same time, we all know it. And also the, one of the same ones that I'm increases. Yeah, Winter Harbor and,
That's not.
well, you know, I apologize. It's going to be, harder than on August.
Yeah.
So,
I haven't listened in on a meeting for months.
All right, good morning. I'm going to call this August 3rd, 2021 regular Hancock County Commissioners meeting to order. Gentlemen, I'd ask you to review the proposed budget. Are there any adjustments you'd like to make to that?
I'm going to move to approve the amended budget as the amended agenda.
You'll make them. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye. Motion carries. We now welcome any public comment. Is there anybody out there today who would like to make a public comment? Hearing none?
Oh, I see.
I'm sorry. Is this
Scott Miller.
Mr. Miller?
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
So, I wanted to talk about the American Rescue Plan, make a comment about your process, and in general about the American Rescue Plan. I know you'll be talking about it later, but since this appears to be the point in the agenda for doing so, I'll do it and I'll try to make it brief. I want to begin by commending you on the process, and I think the approach that you guys have taken to date, at least based on the press reports, I think it's sensible and a good approach. I think in general, I agree with the philosophy, at least as I read in the press, that you think what effectively is a windfall should be broadly shared around the county amongst the citizens, and while also helping those most in need. And in that regard, I think that the concept of providing $300,000 to nonprofits that you kind of filter through and think have a good plan makes sense. I also wanted to applaud your efforts to getting community input as to how to spend the remainder of the funds. I was actually going to suggest that to you until I did a little research and found that you were ahead of me with your web form soliciting comments. I have two tweaks to suggest that you think about. One is to identify a time frame for when people may respond. I think right now it's kind of open-ended, and it would be unfortunate for people to be collecting their thoughts and find that while they were doing so, you'd made some decisions and it was all for naught. And then the second suggestion is that you might want to specifically request input from each of the county towns as to what their thinking is and their proposals might be. I'm on the select board at Blue Hill, and at least maybe we're just behind the times, but I don't think we were really aware of the website and exactly where your process stood until the last 24 hours when we started doing some research on it. So anyway, reaching out to the towns I think might make some sense. And then lastly, and maybe parochially, from a Blue Hill perspective, this may be helpful to you as you think things through. We're mostly focused on using our share of the ARP fund on infrastructure type investments. We especially because our forward-looking costs for a variety of infrastructure needs dwarfs our annual budget. The things we're focused on are wastewater treatment plant developments and broadband. And we're reluctant, frankly, to take advantage of some of the other approved categories, at least I'll speak for myself rather than the other selectmen, and say, I'm a little nervous about kind of picking winners and losers as we try to decide who's most in need and who is most affected. Everyone was affected to some degree, and at least I'm uncomfortable picking, as I said, picking winners. And then the last observation I'll make for you to think about as you move forward is, in my mind, aside from the Treasury Department guidelines, or actually rules, there are kind of three types of uses, broadly, three types of uses for these funds. And I would encourage you to think about them in at least in this way as well. One is kind of expenses, where you give, sorry?
Your 3-minute time limit has expired, but I'm going to give you just a minute to tell us what those three issues were real quickly, please.
This is going to be my last bit. So the three things are, one is kind of expenses, where you distribute money, it's spent, it's gone, and it's done. Second type is infrastructure investments, where you provide the funds, and they are it's invested in a way that provides benefits to the community for many years to come, whether it's our wastewater treatment plant or the airport or whatever. The third, and maybe broadband. The third one, which actually is kind of what I was thinking as vis-a-vis broadband, are loan funds, where if you speak with Connect Maine, one of the things they're thinking about is using funds, some of their funds, to lend to broadband projects, which once they're up and running are intended to be self-sustaining based on subscriber revenues. And those loan funds would then be repaid with subscriber funds, which would then allow you or the state to recycle the funds and support more broadband projects, which I think is a pretty good model, because not everybody is at the same state of readiness for broadband spending. And it'd be nice to allow the early folks to move forward and kind of recycle those funds, reuse them for other communities that are going later.
Thank you very much for your comments. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anybody else out there this morning who would like to make a public comment? And Rebecca, help me in case I'm missing somebody, okay?
I don't see it.
Okay, we're going to continue on then with the agenda, and I direct your attention, gentlemen, to agenda item 2. It's the minutes from our last meeting.
I'm going to move to approve the minutes of the July 20th special meeting as presented.
Motion made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Now we go to the Emergency Management Agency. It is our pleasure this morning to welcome Al May from in Augusta.
No, I'm here in Hancock, Washington.
Oh, okay. Well, perhaps you can fill us in exactly what it is.
Sure. So Alfred, who resides in Trescott Township, so we had to leave Thursday to get here this morning, is the Maine CDC district liaison, meaning he services both Hancock and Washington counties with respect to his official duties. He has many auxiliary duties as well as that formal title, where he is heavily engaged in not only his own organization, but all the others that you heard of, Healthy Acadia, and the summer camps for the kids, and all those other types of things that have a public health component to them or in need. Everything from drinking water to safe drinking water to clean air, interfacing with all the jurisdictions here, federal, state, county, and local jurisdictions. He's responsible for oversight of the 37 local health officers here in Hancock County, who we obviously need to partner with in many, many different things. So that's the formal title and role that he plays for us here in Hancock County. And then you were kind enough to accommodate my request when we were talking about our COVID-19 response to pandemic and our frankly, our circumstances over the almost last 18 months or so now, with respect to our key piece and the force behind it all for us, I can state unequivocally, has been Alfred, who has provided quiet behind the scenes guidance. He's one of those people whose names you would never know or see or encounter, but because that's the way he approaches his job and that's the way he conducts his duties. Very quietly behind the scenes, and he's been an invaluable resource to us on countless occasions. I'll leave it to you to speak to details.
Well, Alfred, I can tell you that for the last 15, 18 months and whatnot, Andy has been an invaluable resource to us on this COVID-19 issue, the virus. And many times he's referenced you as his resource. And so we, as the Hancock County Commissioners, would like to give you the credit you deserve here today. We'd like to let you know how much we appreciate you. And I have a document here this morning I'd like to present to you that says for your tireless advocacy, counsel, and ongoing public health management efforts on behalf of Hancock County citizens, our businesses, and its many visitors, we thank you for your professionalism, timely actions, sound advice, and countless kindness extended us through the COVID-19 pandemic. Your actions, your advice, collaborations, and ongoing guidance have significantly contributed to our collective well-being and ongoing successes in seeing public health priorities and practices established, maintained, and sustained. Please accept our sincerest appreciation and gratitude for these and all your works on behalf of others throughout the Hancock County and down East Maine on this August 3rd, 2021. Thank you. We appreciate your efforts. Appreciate your help. Okay, now we're gonna have to do a little gentleman.
This is our exercise.
Turn around and say hi to that nice looking lady right there. Gentlemen, you all set?
And the main one over here.
Very good. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Sorry, thank you very much. I'm very grateful. And as you know, I think when I approached you with this, we had a sense of finality with what we were doing, and now that was potentially false. So as the saga continues, we continue to rely upon Alfred and his advice and counsel. So appreciate it. Might be a little premature, but we can always retract it, I suppose.
I was always really helpful because when something would come up, in one of the towns, and people would come to me, I could, easily reach out to you and you get Al involved, and I'd get answers back right away for people. So I couldn't ask for, better communication.
Yes.
It's great.
And I'll say, I can say in all honesty, the other 15 counties all have, a counterpart to Al, but by far the response and services have been received above and beyond all the others. So thank you.
I want you to stop making fun of Trescott. I had to go to an event in Charlotte. Saturday day. I'll tell you, I just love those county people. Those are salt of the earth people, and you can always be glad, Al, you're one of those salt of the earth people. Thanks again for your time and efforts. Thanks for being here today.
Mr. Chair, do you need a motion or?
No, okay. I think so. We've signed that
Yeah.
document, and
Great.
Thank you, Commissioners.
thank you, Andy.
Thanks, Ed.
You're welcome.
All right, let's move on this morning. Good morning, Sheriff.
Morning, gentlemen. Good to see you folks. And I suspect you probably have some memories of spending some time in Charlotte building buildings and moving buildings.
Oh, many years ago, was it? We had an idea postcard
96, I think,
96.
95, 96 in that vicinity. Yeah,
Oh,
that was a lot of work, a lot of effort down there.
I remember those poor kids that rode on the school bus from southern Maine to Charlotte. And it was a 2-day trip.
Thought they'd been kidnapped.
Yeah.
Okay, Timmy's not here today. He's doing what we all should be doing. He's fishing today. But we just got a couple of quick things here. First one is approval to hire Christine Newman of Ellsworth as a part-time corrections officer on call as needed with no benefits, effective August 7, 2021, at the pay rate of $17.56 an hour, not to exceed an average of 29 hours per week.
So moved.
Seconded.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you. Second, approval to hire Sierra Moore of Perry, Maine, as a part-time on-call as needed corrections officer effective August 7, 2021, at the rate of pay of $17.56 per hour, with no benefits and not to exceed 29 hours per week.
So moved.
Seconded.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you. This one's a little more painful. A commercial dryer that we have in the jail needs some major repairs, and it's going to be in the vicinity of about $1,500. That is a piece of equipment that is original, that was originally installed when the jail was built and opened. We have a quote to replace that at $6,300, which is very expensive, but we certainly need a commercial grade dryer. Open for discussion, suggestions, thoughts, and ideas. Obviously, that's not money that was put in the budget. We approved the budget last year. This is another one of those surprises that comes up from time to time. We're really at the point where, if we're going to have discussions about some of this COVID money, we may want, and we're talking about infrastructure, we should be looking at some things in the jail. Like we really should replace all locks in the jail. We really should look at the surveillance system that we have in the jail. Here's another item here. I would like to see us incorporate a full body scanner at some point. So I think that's not for time now, but just letting you know that we can spend $1,500 and have the repairs done now for that, or we can look at investing this. It's one of the things, there's no guarantee. We spend $1,500 that a bearing doesn't go in, and we're in worse shape than we were before. So
Back on your original comment, though, if you think you have items, objects, and projects that you'd like to see funded on ARP, put those together in writing, we'll get those to Scott. And
I've already assigned that to Jimmy to do.
good. We'll look for that, add that to the list. Yours is as entitled, to offer. That is the public case. So,
Thank you.
couple things. First of all, right.
I'm not reading your mind, but I'm going to say, do we spend the $1,500 now and then I'll submit this as a replacement going forward for some of that money? Would that be, I think we should fill this wall?
I just want to, what's Sprague's first name?
Roger.
Roger. I see, okay, good. Roger has done our work in the jail forever. So he is somebody that's not just a casual vendor. And the reason I bring that up is that there is a request for us to consider finding the money and buying a $6,300 machine, which requires going up to bid because it's over $2,500, unless we can find a reason to file it under sole source or maybe emergency, which I would think this would qualify. The emergency is either we spend $1,500, take hope that we don't have any more breakdowns until the next budget season, which is 6 months away, or we declare, that we're not going to spend any more money and this is an emergency, and we find the $6,300 today and purchase this. So what is your pleasure, gentlemen?
Do you know what the story is with how soon we'd be able to get a dryer, commercial dryer? Just because I know there's
My
problems.
understanding is that it's available, that he could get it in a reasonable period
Chef,
of
do you
time,
have-
whatever reasonable is.
Chef sneaking up behind you. You have,
Sorry, sure.
No, you're good.
So I chatted with Roger. He tried pricing several dryers. Several, like Whirlpool, a commercial dryer, is not available until next spring. There's several places he's looked. There's some that are available in October and November. He said this one is in New Hampshire. And so he's quoted us this one that is available that he can get. But he said, if we're going to get it, we need to get it soon, because with COVID, a lot of these things are not available. And so basically, this is why he price checked a few things and the availability of such.
so this is available today. Huh?
It is available today.
Scott, do you have a suggestion on where you're going to find 6,300?
I don't,
You don't have that.
I do not.
We have a vehicle line, which is in the reserves, E2470-300, which we put 10,000 every year. I think that's built up. This year would be 40,000 available in that reserve.
Yes.
So basically on this would be the fourth year that we put 10,000 into it.
In 21's for year number 4.
I believe so.
This
Either 30 or
this one will leave 30. Yeah, you would go to 40 with next year.
Okay, so it's 30 this year.
Right, it's just, there's 20 in there now with 10 waiting to win, so.
But in our building line, we only have 2,500 left in that one. So
When did you intend to buy another van?
We don't need another van next year, so we can, if we take.
Are you buying one this year?
No,
You're not buying one next year?
No.
and even if we did, I would think that 30,000 for the trade-in might be able to cover us anyway.
Next year?
Yes.
So in the email, the jail administrator sort of outlined a plan, and in the subsequent, or in the meeting notes or meeting, that's what I'm calling that
Close enough.
document. From the administrator, it sounds like there was a plan in place that could cover this. So I'm going to throw this motion out, and then we can, because that throws up my intention. I'm going to move to approve the replacement purchase of the jail's commercial dryer from Sprague Appliance as an emergency replacement in the amount of $6,309 as recommended by the jail administrator, with funding for the purchase accomplished as outlined in his email to the commission dated July 29th.
I'd like to have you amend that to tell us that where the funds are going to come from. So can somebody give you that number?
Well,
Which, that might go.
Which line are we taking
This
it
will
out?
be.
The vehicle.
3750,
It's
70, or 7350.
it's 24, 70, 300.
Was you opposed to doing that? For-
well, the only reason I was opposed to that, if I'm throwing in, is just an idea, is it looked like it could possibly come from 2 or 3 places here, and I'm not sure that's all ironed out. And that memo touched on those 2 or 3 places. And I really think this is an emergency. I mean, Mr. Sprague is not a guy who would want to replace something unless it really needed to happen. And I don't want to slow this down by being too specific. Now, if being too specific is not a problem, then I'm all for it. But I want to give everybody the flexibility they need to accomplish this.
And I understand that. Well, my problem is that I'd like to know today where the money's coming from, because I don't want to wake up a week from now and find out you took it out of an account that I was looking forward to a project completed and you're not going to complete it. So if we know today that this is going to come out of the vehicle account, Sheriff and Shep is telling us that they can make that work, and we remember that on the 2022 budget. And if that can happen, let's do it. Let's know today where that money's coming from, because I agree with you. It is an emergency. I think this is time to do this. That jail is 25 years old now, 23 years old, and it's time to replace that. So, John?
I think if it works for the, works in the budget line of the vehicle to go for it.
Okay, so, and nobody has a problem with that. Okay, so is E 2470-300 in fact the right account?
That is,
That's the vehicle
Yes.
line, right?
That
Yeah, I
is the
can't, that
vehicle
sounds
line.
right.
yes.
Yep.
Okay, so my motion wasn't seconded, so how about I read that? So I'm going to move to approve the replacement and purchase of the jail's commercial dryer from Sprague Appliance as an emergency replacement in the amount of $6,309 as recommended by the jail's administrator, with funding for the purchase accomplished as outlined in this email to the commission dated July 29, 2021, using funds from account E 2470-300.
Seconded. Motion made and seconded. Shep?
Where we have been utilizing this dryer more frequently due to COVID over the last year and a half, is this something that we could take out of a COVID line later on? Is that something that we could actually replenish?
That was part of my thinking in being vague, but it sounds like it could come out of this vehicle account and be replaced, but I just don't know, functionally, I don't know how that works. I need advice from the
Even if
administrator.
it qualified, could you reimburse an account, or do you need to spend from it?
I think you could reimburse it. You could, I think even the van would qualify. If you, once you put this list together, and I think if once the list is put together, you had, you can list either future projects and or projects that were done and look for reimbursement. We could certainly address it at that point.
So if we can reimburse, there's no urgency today to know whether or not we can get it in COVID money. so ARP's funds. So let's get it today while it's still available. So pay for it out of this account. And then at some point, Tim, whoever's going to get us this list, this wish list from the ARP funds and
Absolutely.
add that to it. It's interesting that Scott says that perhaps even the van would be ARP. So add that to your list so that we can explore that.
Sure.
Gentlemen, we have a motion made and seconded on the floor. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you, Chair.
Gentlemen,
Thank you. And I'll catch up to you about that project.
I may drop down after the meeting, so if you,
I'll be around.
see if somebody down there knows where, maybe Mary Ann can find that in
Well,
there.
we call him Kenny, so
He's still around.
yeah, Kenny's still around. Yes, he is. Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, moving on now to the airport. Good morning, Leroy.
Good morning. The only thing I got, my monthly report, the only thing I didn't throw in there was I did send an email out to Silver in the middle of July, just to let them know they still owe us money. I did get a read response, but I haven't got a check. But so I'm still trying to be a little bit of a aggressive on them, just to let them know that they still owe us.
Swan, move to accept and file the airport manager's report as presented.
Seconded. Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Okay, item B, request approval for the contract with Jacobs Engineering Group with the maximum amount of $81,831.93 for the engineering consultant of AIP 53, the high-intensity airport beacon project order modification, and for the chair to sign.
So moved.
Seconded. Any discussion, gentlemen? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
C, the request for approval of the contract for Jacobs Engineering Group in the amount of $69,586 for the engineering consultant of AIP 52, the remarking of the airfield pavement project, and for the chair to sign.
So moved.
Seconded. Discussion. Hearing none. All in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Motion carries.
D, request approval to purchase for each KSP-2FP beam chairs for the airport terminal building from K-Log in Zion, Illinois, for the price of $2,131.72 from the reserve account G-2-301054 terminal building replacement.
So moved.
Replacement.
Seconded. Scott, were you aware of that? You aware of this purchase?
Yeah,
And this doesn't have to be rebid or anything because this is what we,
same price, right, Leroy?
Same price, yeah. They actually, the price went up, but they said they would honor because we had just ordered from them. They would honor the old price.
Yeah, you want that.
Does this pretty much fulfill everything you're gonna need in terms of the seating there?
Yeah, it was kind of a miss in the rotunda there. Once we got the nice chairs and the rest of it, it was, oh, those don't look so hot. And these four will replace those ones.
so with motion on the floor in a second, right?
All right.
Yep.
Any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. Leroy, anything else this morning from the airport?
Nope. No, that's me. That's all I got.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Thanks. We'll see you.
We move on to unorganized territory. Millard, Good morning.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
I don't see Millen's report.
No, it's not in the PDF.
No,
It's
it's
not a PDF. Okay.
it's in the meeting book.
Anything else, Sharon, that I missed there?
No, I'm gonna move to accept and file the UT supervisor's report as presented.
Seconded.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Bill, do you have a contract or an agreement you need approved?
Yes, Commissioners. And I'm sorry it's short notice, but I just got it Thursday afternoon from the Burlington Town Office. It's the solid waste contract that we've had for years with Burlington Lowell for Townships 3, 4, and the north half of Township 41. Prior to this current agreement, they had only taken household trash. And I would like to give the two select boards credit. They realized there was a problem. Bulky waste was getting dumped out in the woods and becoming a little bit of a nuisance. So they are willing to take bulky waste, and they've included it in this contract. At no extra charge to the county, there will just be a pay-as-you-go for customers delivering bulky waste to the transfer station.
So I'm gonna move to approve and sign the solid waste agreement for T10 SD with the towns of Burlington and Lowell as requested.
Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Anything else, Millen?
When I was in Burlington, I went down to Nicotawas. Someone had spun up the parking lot again. Not as bad as the last time, but I don't know what we do with that.
Last time you graded it, didn't you? Or you ran the, is it? did
Yes,
you-
last time they'd done quite a serious job with multiple donuts, and those holes were deep. This time there was just one U-turn spun up, and it wasn't that deep. I think traffic riding over it will take care of it. But if it continues, maybe we need to get a game camera set up there and see who's doing this.
I was gonna suggest that.
Sounds like a great idea,
I think it is.
even before.
Yeah,
I was gonna say that might be a good deterrent if we can get one in there
couple of signs that,
high enough you can't reach it.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay, anything else, Millen, this morning?
that's all I've got.
Very good. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
All right, we're going to start now with our agenda and go to our 9 o'clock meeting. The update. And good morning, Kitty. How are you?
I'm well. How are you guys?
Good.
It's beautiful out there.
Good to be in here.
Okay, so just a quick update on where we are at. In your packet, you should have a spreadsheet that shows all the inquiries that have come through last week. And also an actual copy of each email in case you want to actually look at them a little bit closer. So that was just really for you to kind of see the sort of the breadth of what we are receiving for inquiries at this point. You have that? So there's a spreadsheet that lists them all, and then the actual inquiries themselves would be in there.
What's the tab? It would be under, Rebecca?
I think those were put under, right after the agenda, but I'm not sure that those items were placed in your book. So I'll email those to you now.
Yeah, 'cause I don't have that in my book or recall an email. I don't know if John, do you? You're emailing that now?
So basically, as of last week, we received 16 inquiries or contacts. Some of them had several different suggestions, so I've broken it out in to basically the major categories of what everybody is asking about. So that's just a good review for you gentlemen. And then, while you're waiting for that, in addition to that, I have set up a meeting this Thursday. Scott and I are going to meet with Mark Roulette, who is the president of Axiom Technologies. They're located in Washington County, and they do a lot of broadband work all over the state of Maine. So he has agreed to sit with us and just kind of talk through the entire project to see if, they could be on our list for consultants. But whether we choose them or not, I think they're a great source of information. So he'll be traveling up Thursday from Scarborough to meet with us. And then finally for today, I think we want to talk about the application for the nonprofit. Commissioner Clark has submitted one that and done some touch-ups that we can review and see how close we are to a final draft.
You guys get into that. Mine says the file cannot be previewed because there is no previewer installed for. Pardon? This file cannot be, no, wait a minute, here we go. I'm sorry, hang on just a minute, please. We're just getting this.
Yeah.
You've just simply accepted these. You haven't made a determination how many
Correct.
qualify or.
Correct, and I want to sort of talk through the next process of responding to them, saying they are under review, and then we can start really getting into them. Right now, I just want to give you a summary of what was there.
Before we get into the nonprofit, so we had discussed finding a representative for the county for broadband committees.
Yep.
Have we made any progress on that?
Scott and I have a meeting on Thursday from 10 to noon.
To meet with.
Mark Roulette, he's the president of Axiom Technologies. And they provide both planning for towns and municipalities and counties, as well as delivery of services. So they could be a contender, but even if he's not, he's a great source of information for us to sort of wrap our head around what we're looking at here.
Is he someone that could represent us
Absolutely.
at meetings?
Absolutely. This is part of the work that they do. Yeah, and he's very interested. They work throughout the state of Maine. So I had a conversation with him and then set up a follow-up with Scott and I on Thursday.
So by the next meeting, we should have some information as to whether or not he can meet that need.
Yeah, I think there's just a lot to wrap your head around because it's, as you guys know, it's complicated. There's the planning piece of it, which they do, which is really to set up a town to apply for grants to help them bring in broadband or finalize or whatever. But there's also the delivery of the service. So there's sort of at least two different components as far as I understand. So I'm anxious for Thursday's conversation to really wrap our head around what we're really talking about here.
Hearing the gentleman from Blue Hills comments, he sort of pigeonholed, what type of investment would be, you talked about expenses, infrastructure and loan funds. I thought that was worth, that made a lot of sense to me. And, maybe the spreadsheet, we can sort of do it ourselves, but if we could categorize where these would fit, and, maybe you have better categories and you're doing that, but I like that idea.
Yeah, if you look at column 4, it says category.
Okay.
And then over to the far right, you'll see the key to that. So 1B.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Nope, you're fine.
That was a little too far off the screen.
Yep, yeah, and that's
Okay.
what I'm hoping to do by that, so you can start to see the broad categories.
Okay, so we're incorporating his suggestion already. It looks like.
Correct.
Okay.
So my thought was that I would reply to each of these, thank you for the comment. If it's a broadband, I would say this is, a high priority for the commissioners, so you'll be hearing more about that. If it's the nonprofit, will be leading them to that grant application. If it's an other, I might ask for more information or more details, so it's something we can then review.
Okay, great. And then timeline for submissions, we have that.
As far as overall submissions.
Yes.
We don't have a deadline, right? So it's just an open webpage. And
Okay, I thought we had discussed a date, or maybe we discussed the concept of a date. No, you know where we discussed the concept of a date was in the grant program.
the nonprofit application, whether we want a deadline on that.
Yes.
Yeah.
As far as the deadline for submissions, I think we're too early in the process.
Yeah.
to set a deadline. I really like to see,
I agree.
we get a feed on this, whatnot, we might be able to say, okay, we'll accept that right now.
Right,
I just wanted to address this point.
Yeah.
And then reaching out to towns, we've sort of discussed that.
we talked about it. I haven't really, are we ready for the letter, to send a letter to them to? I mean, I think that's the question is, are we
Well,
ready?
that's my
to-
question.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are we asking the towns? What type of, what's in this letter? I mean, are we asking them what they're going to do with their money? Or are we offering to assist them with our money? Or what's the purpose of notifying the towns?
I think it's just that. I think it's just communication, that we know they will be receiving some money, that we really are, we are going to meet with each of you or all of you, or there'll be more information. So you want to start thinking about this, because leveraging those funds is obviously, right, the strongest way to go. So it's not really asking anything of them, but more, hey, we're aware of this. If you
We're
have
open to
questions-
suggestions.
That's right. That's
Yeah, no, I think a letter sooner than later is in the cards. I don't know how anybody else feels.
Yeah, no, I kind of, I think,
Well,
a couple of
yeah.
things we should have a letter sent out.
Maybe this whole notion of, being involved with it, I just don't want to make any promises or
Oh, no,
or expectations.
we're not in a position to make promises.
I don't want this letter to have any false expectations, so.
Unless you're advising against that.
I think it's informational only. And, I'm not even sure where we are with the towns, if they've started receiving funds, Scott, do you know?
Last I knew, I think there was an article in the paper that the state has actually requested an additional 30 or 60-day extension.
On top of the 90?
Well, yeah, I think they've already passed, yeah.
Okay, so,
Okay, so how hard is it to write a check for a known amount?
Every month you keep that money, it's a lot of interest.
Geez, well, so good thing we got ours directly. I'd like to see the draft of that.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, I think we need to approve a draft.
Yeah.
To be honest, so, and to send a letter on behalf of the commission, I think takes formal action. And to do that, we should have a draft.
When we do the letter, are we gonna ask it all, at some point, are we gonna solicit some information about what their priorities are at all? In terms of any,
It would be a good chance to find that out. I mean, do you have priorities already established in your community? That'd be a nice chance for us to know that. And, yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. And a good.
Well, yeah, or, just that we'd be interested in hearing what their priorities are.
Right. And it might prompt something for us.
Yeah, and I just would want to make sure that we're not, we're soliciting information from them and that there's no preconceived notions. But,
Right,
we
exactly.
won't know that until we read the draft. So.
right.
have you had a chance to look over the suggested edits, the Commissioner Clark's?
The ones prior to this morning, yes.
And it's a work in progress, Kitty, because even after we talked yesterday, I mean, I thought of a couple things I needed to add. Because I can't get back into my meeting notes here.
And I do have, a question about, we're not really addressing, are we requiring any financial information from these? Is it, you're talking about supplemental information. Are we going to, or you're going to review these based upon any financial data that supports whatever?
Here's the supplemental. In other words, in the application, they're saying that we always had an annual raffle. But because we couldn't have direct contact, we didn't have that. As a result, we lost $6,000 in revenue. And 6,000 goes in there. So they're saying, they said, that's the average. Then on the supplemental page, they said the last 3 years on our raffle netted this amount, average of that amount is 6,000. So in other words, they're backing up, they're giving us financial information in the supplement page for the amount that they're requesting in the primary page.
Yeah, but you don't want to go so far as saying I need financial review.
No.
Okay.
Well, this is really kind of an honest system because we'll talk more about it later, but we're going to post, I want to post, if it's possible, in our website, who the recipients are of this grant money. And one of the things that I added that was if you had an event that was canceled because of the COVID, did you substitute that with another event that you could pull off? And if so, what was the net revenue from that? Because obviously it's the difference between the two. So if you always had a 5K race that netted $10,000, but you couldn't have your race because of the COVID, but you did a solicitation letter to all those participants over the last 5 years and you raised $5,000, then rather than claim a $10,000 loss, you can only claim a $5,000 loss because you recovered half of it through your substitute program.
But so the question is, how do you flush that out?
They're going to have to provide that information to us. In other words,
So we are requesting financial.
to the extent that they explain in the supplemental page what they're asking for in the primary application. Supplemental page is just backup information, but we're not saying what is your balance January 1st and what is your balance December 31st. And
Well, I'm just wondering how you flush that out, because, you know, if they say, in your example, we usually have this raffle, and they leave out that they did something else, which would be very easy to do, because we can make that connection, but they're not necessarily making that connection.
And in the website, we're going to say that they always had a 5K, they had to cancel, they had no substitute activity to offset the loss of funds, and so we gave them the money. The public is going to see that. And if somebody out there says, wait a minute, I got a letter from them because I was a participant in this 5K race asking for donations. And if they didn't tell us, we're going to go back into the chapel. So it's not a system with a little bit of, be careful, because we're going to publicize what you're telling us to the public as a recipient. And somebody might rat around if you're not being totally honest.
And I suspect that I'll be reaching out to each and every one of these and sort of making sure that we've answered, okay, was there any other revenue generators here? So I'll almost use this as an interview guide, right?
Okay.
Let's see if we
That's a
can,
different scenario.
let's see if we can document this and keep what, that sort of thing. So,
And this is that balancing act between, I want to try to keep this down and dirty, easy and quick and get it up. But at the same time, I want to, put them on notice that they are watching. I mean, we're not being careless here. And I like that you're going to do some follow-up with each recipient before we just automatically throw them a check.
well, I would suspect as we learn here, this is just not, or may not be enough information to bring to you. So we want to make sure when it comes to you that it's just as thorough as it.
So let's go back to the criteria before we talk about the application, if we can.
And I think, Commissioner, that really was sort of what I was trying to do, was put all of it together in one document. So you're talking really about almost your eligibility and whatnot that might be a precursor or might be on the webpage as people apply.
That is, at some point, they need to know how to find the criteria for applying as well as the application. But we can go to
That criteria for applying.
lost profit, nonprofit lost revenue program. That was something you got last meeting.
Oh, last meeting.
Yeah, we did.
Okay, we approved that.
So this was sort of the skeleton structure that Commissioner Clark had put together to start talking about this. This is what sort of led to the application.
Yeah, so the application is reflective of what we discussed and approved last
We
time.
didn't approve this.
We didn't approve it. This is not embedded in the application.
We needed to discuss the details of this to be sure that we can approve this as our criteria.
Okay,
So do you need a copy?
yeah, do you have a copy?
I can get you one. Does that work?
I'm not sure.
Who knows?
Is this the one you're?
It says nonprofit loss
No,
revenue program. Here. This is one.
wait a minute, I have an extra one. Give you them all set. You need one too? No, I do have to have another one. Generally does like this.
Okay, yeah, this is, we didn't get that one.
No, well, we discussed it.
Yeah, no, I remember discussing.
Are we trying to get John a copy?
This is what you submitted last meeting? This is what you brought last meeting?
Yes.
Yes, oh, okay. All right. I can get it.
Put the copy you may want, anyways, Rebecca, it's whatever we amend today and approve, if we want to approve this.
So my question is this, that this is sort of our criteria. And then this application is what an applicant would see. Would they also receive this document, or would this document be part of the application?
I think that what I attempted to do was to put it all together, which made it cumbersome, which is why Commissioner Clark stripped it back out again. So yes, we need to show them the criteria. But what I'm thinking is a process is we do an announcement on the webpage that says nonprofit grants available. And they go in there and they can click on the eligibility, and then they can click on the application itself. Does that make sense?
Right, because we don't want to have a page and a half of information on the application.
Yeah.
So if we can just have some brief information, refer back to the criteria, then they can go in there and look at that and say, okay, yes, as a group, I do qualify.
Okay,
So then they can, go, as Kitty said, they can go then to the application page and go through that.
so that makes a lot of sense to me. And but we should approve this criteria, we should edit and finally approve this criteria just like we are the application.
So let's go down through this real quick and tell me if you have any issues, or you'd like to amend it, or you're okay with it. We'll start with the eligibility. And basically, it's any nonprofit, but as it says here, it doesn't have to have a 501c status, but it's got to be something more than just a road association, for example. And I think the criteria, Kitty, I'd like to see on the eligibility here is, does this group have revenue come in and they expend that for public benefit? So if you had a bridge club who collected dues, they had revenue, but if they only spent it for a coffee when they had card games and a barbecue once a year, and the public didn't benefit from this, they wouldn't be eligible.
Correct.
Just like a road association, if you collected dues and all you did spend it on your road, then they wouldn't be eligible. But it doesn't have to be have a 501c status. It just, it could be, and several nonprofits are that way. So, gentlemen, you okay with that eligibility standard?
Yeah, again, this is a discussion because we're not at a final document yet.
No, but I'd like to piece this together with the general consensus that you can agree on this portion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John, you all set? Now, I've gone through, thought about who would not be eligible. And I've excluded government organizations. Many of these government organizations have funding of their own from ARP funds. I've excluded religious groups. I really don't want to get involved in taking the chance that, we fund one group and not another, and all of a sudden we're anti-Semitic, or we don't like Catholics, or whatever the story is. So, and this separation of the church and state on top of that. So I've excluded that to the point that there could be nonprofits that are associated with a religious group, such as the Cemetery Association, which had a separate board, managed the cemetery and collected for that. And as long as they, accepted all denominations and whatnot, that they could, but if a church had a summer camp, owned a summer camp, and they had religious services at the camp, they wouldn't qualify. So that's kind of the criteria for deciding whether a religious affiliation qualifies or doesn't qualify.
I agree with that concept. I don't like the wording that's here, except, where it talks about the cemetery, accept all denominations, I think we need to talk about, broad public good as opposed to using those words.
Yep.
I think those words are not quite consistent with your statement.
So,
But
and
the
so,
concept, I agree with.
I like that wording, so that provided the cemetery benefited the entire community, something like that instead of.
Yeah.
I like, the next chair, the next set two for sure,
In other words, if we have a private organization that provides public safety services, they should be going back to the municipality they're serving for some of their funds and whatnot first, whatnot. Health organizations are excluded because many of those are getting some kind of assistance anyways from other sources. In trying to decide which one of these organizations, I'd like to be able to see established ones, Kitty. In other words, if somebody said, "Oh, let's start a club right now and go get some money," you know what I mean? So they have to be in existence long enough to establish their eligibility under our guidelines. This is the other thing that we were talking about earlier about providing enough information so that they can establish the loss. What I don't want, what I would try to avoid is some sophisticated, hyper-political or hyper-theatrical, or whatever it is, conclusion that they could have made this amount of money had it not been. It has to be really a good, solid articulation of how they had a loss, how they lost their revenue. And I suggested that we don't want to be fooling around with $50 and $100, that we have a minimum of 1,000 and a maximum of 10,000. That would be the range I would say. I think, Kitty, in the application, I might have said 2,500, didn't I?
2,500 is what you listed, yeah.
And I think,
Change
I
that
think,
to-
yeah, we should change that to 1,000. So if we're all set with the first page, gentlemen, I want to make this easy for us. And of course, I'm very interested in this, so there's no reason for the three of us to be heavily involved in the, the approval process and whatnot. So the process basically I'd like to see is, and Kitty, if you would accept the responsibility, these applications go directly to you. You do the first analysis. And if they clearly meet the criteria and you're very comfortable with that, and you want to do you might do a little checking, whatever makes you comfortable. At that point, you send it to Scott.
Okay.
And you make the case to Scott that you're very comfortable, we should approve this. If Scott agrees, at that point, it's a done deal. Scott simply forwards it on to the finance committee and they cut a check. There is no waiting for a deadline, that first come, first serve, that get them in here, and we just continue to accept applications until we've exhausted the funds. We've never done this before. We did it the other way around before, but Kitty suggested this. I like this. It doesn't delay getting the money out. We can kind of push the process along on a regular basis as they come in. And I would like to try this on this particular grant program to see how this works, because this is something we've never done before. And I like that process. So.
Now, in the application, you did put November 30, 2021.
Oh, I thought afterwards and whatnot, we can't let this go forever. I mean, I can't imagine there's not going to be a lot of interest here, but for some reason, we still had 50,000 in there come next year. At some point, we got to close this grant out. And so what I'm saying is that we're going to expend the funds until they're exhausted, or we'll accept applications up until November 1st, giving us till the end of the year to process those. And this program's over unless we decide to extend it more money or whatever.
So my question is this, I like this, but can money be expended without a formal vote of the commission?
It would go on the warrant, just like everything else, right, Scott? So this would be just like any other bill. They're not gonna, I said cut a check. That's not really what happens, of course. It goes on the warrant, it gets approved by the warrant committee, it gets approved by the commissioners and gets paid just like all accounts payable. Right, Scott?
Yes,
So it does.
So that's where the money can be expended through the warrant. Is that the, so the question is that, and then what we publish somehow, who received the awards?
That was my suggestion, is that on our website and whatnot, we let everybody know who the recipients were, what the amount of money was. And,
Well, so my thought is this, to make a little bigger splash out of that, because, that's what we're trying to do here, is why not put it on the agenda? If we're doing it through the warrant, why not just put it on the agenda?
I don't know, it's fine. We think, Joe.
I think we should at least have it be something that we review at the beginning of the first meeting every month, what was approved, what's been approved, so we
At
could.
some point here, and I was going to talk to Kitty and Scott about it. Yeah, well, I'd like to have some notice go to the three of us as soon as one award has been deemed suitable, payable, or whatever. So we kind of are updated on an ongoing event as to what they are, and not only what they, who these people are, what is being done, and what's qualifying, and then if during the meeting, during the ARP process, if we want to list who the recipients was since the last meeting, I'm all for it.
Well, and yeah, I don't see it as some big cumbersome process, but I do think that we are, expending public funds, and this is a little different than just what's on the warrant. This is not bills, and I think it just needs to be separate so that we make a motion to award this and we own it,
Jennifer, wouldn't the public like to know, wouldn't the media like to know who the recipients are?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, if we did this on a regular basis and announced the recipients of these grant monies and the amounts, look, see, Jennifer likes that, so.
I think what we're trying to prevent is 30 applications coming in that you have to spend your time.
No,
You know what I'm saying? And just, yeah.
Oh, I'm talking that our time, and actually that does the public disservice, because then the meeting is,
Right,
but I think that once it filters through the process,
right.
we take it's on an agenda, we award it. And if something comes to a meeting and there's a reason not to award it, then we deal with that. But
Right.
I can't imagine that having filtered through the process.
Well, here's the deal with, if Kitty finds an application that gives her pause, or clearly doesn't meet the criteria, she's gonna have a discussion with Scott. If they both agree,
Well, with the committee.
well, but if they both agree, no, this totally does not make it. I mean, this is a private fire department who is providing services to this town.
Yeah.
They clearly don't. But if it's an iffy thing, then I'm suggesting that there is a 4-person committee made up of Rebecca, I, Kitty, and Scott. And at that point, this application is sent out with the 4 of us. We discuss it at length and decide as a committee whether or not we're going to approve any or all of this grant request. So that would be the kind of the backup process for a denial. So that we can we can give every applicant the satisfaction of knowing at least we gave it full review. So it doesn't have to come to the commissioners in case they're.
And I think this wording says exactly what you're envisioning. And I think we're on board with that, or I am.
Yeah, I think what you're talking about, Commissioner Parity, is sort of ceremonial.
Yeah.
Exactly. I
And
don't want
and
to.
it does advertise it, and I like it because I'm just a little hesitant at going through all of this process, putting it on the warrant, and then it becomes an issue, and so
I
we
don't-
kind of backtrack, and it makes us look like we don't know what we're doing, so this way ceremonial, another opportunity, kind of a last minute screening, and then it goes on the warrant and it flies through it.
So wait a minute, what is your idea of how we're gonna do this?
Just what we outlined.
Just what you outlined.
Where do we come into this as a board?
We make the award at a meeting. It's an agenda item.
Right, before it goes on the warrant, or it could happen simultaneously.
Yeah.
Or it could be on the warrant too.
But just for the reasons Scott our administrator just, what I said was not as eloquent as what he said. That's nice and
Okay,
brief.
so
It's ceremonial, it's public, it's not buried anywhere.
Right.
It's-
so we need to amend this to add a board approval before issuing funds. That's what Scott said.
I don't think this document needs to be amended.
Yeah, I don't think that necessarily has to be on there. That's kind of the process within this, that once
Yeah.
we've all gone through it, it's just before we release the check or even simultaneously, it could be that warrant, that it's ceremony, you put it in the ceremony and you kind of have, everybody's on board, there's an opportunity if there's any public and, somebody raises their hand. That's just, yeah, that's more ceremony. than
So if we have
policy.
a warrant between meetings, we can't put it on the warrant, approve it, tentatively approve it, and kind of check until it comes to this meeting the following week. Is that what happens?
No, we meet twice a month.
No,
And-
I think that's fine.
between the two meetings, Kitty gets an application, she looks at it, says, clearly makes it, sends it to Scott, Scott said, I agree with you, this one's gonna fly. So at that point, though, they've got to hold that for our next meeting before they can put it on the warrant and
Yes.
send a check.
Well, you don't really want the check released until it goes through the warrant process.
No, I know,
So-
we do that, though. We cut checks and release those before it's approved by the board.
No, we do not. No, not unless it's a regular payment or an
That's what I mean, it's a
emergency.
regular payment.
Well, an emergency situation, but if it's a regular payment that's just to avoid interest or anything like that, you don't formalize that, that AP process, but you do have two signatures, so that's all it takes to make the process happen. So if the two signatures, and then there's no issue then. If it looks like, again, I think we take that on a case-by-case basis. Maybe if the warrant is the week before and it looks like it's a no-brainer, we release it. We don't have any questions or any concerns at all. Again, I don't see, but just to finalize it, that it goes through the ceremony of having it presented to the commissioners.
So-
So has the check been issued before the board says, yes, I bless
What do
this?
Which way do you want it?
Well,
Well, I don't know, I'm confused because,
And I just want to clarify, if I come before you and I have 3 of these, I'm not asking for a vote, what am I asking for?
well, that's right, because I wanted to keep the board out of the process, just so it wouldn't be cumbersome as a board. I thought as a committee, whatnot, but I wanted the board to be aware. And the process that we put in place should reassure the board that we have due diligence on who gets it and who doesn't.
I have no problem with due diligence. I have the only thing, this is not a regular bill. I think that, we meet twice a month. I don't think we're creating an undue hardship I think it needs to come here. We need to say, we're granting XYZ this amount of money. It's probably on that warrant. And it's that simple. And it gives people from the public time to comment or bring issues or, I can't imagine that it would happen, but I just think that it needs to be formal. It needs to be somewhat ceremonial. And I don't have a problem with it having to happen at a meeting because we meet twice a month. If we met, once a quarter, that's different. But I just don't see that these are not emergencies because it's already happened.
So Scott, if we had a warrant the Wednesday before our Tuesday meeting, would an approved application go on that warrant and then you hold the check until after? Is that what happens?
Yes.
Okay, you understand that, gentlemen? So in other words, it's gonna go on the warrant. They're gonna cut the check, but they're not going to send it until we have until they get the formal approval by the board at a subsequent meeting, because that could in fact be 3 weeks at some point.
Yeah, but my answer to that was, of course.
Yeah, but then that's the process. Kitty, do you understand that process?
So I am coming seeking a final approval of these applications every 2 weeks.
is Kitty, or is it it's simply somebody's gonna come to us with a list
Presenting the
of
approved,
approved?
you're gonna present the
You're
approved,
presenting the approved.
applications.
Right, that's right, Kitty. All you're doing is, these are the people who have been approved, and we'd like your blessing to send them a check.
Okay.
So,
To me, it's that simple, and,
Yes.
you know, and if somebody's got a, you know, something egregious happened that slipped by, that's our chance to get it. I think that's sort of our duty.
Right.
and I think, Kitty, that should come to us in form of writing so that we can make a motion to accept your recommendation for granting these recipients.
Yeah, just
Okay,
Yeah, so,
so itemize each one.
Okay.
because I envision the motion to be something like this. You know,
approve the.
approve the list, awarding X, Y, Z, A, B, C.
Yeah, this is a celebration.
Yeah,
Okay. So you don't need the detail in there. This is just.
no, because we will have
Organization,
seen
amount of
those.
money.
Sorry,
Just,
Mr.
yeah, the organization and the amount of money that's been awarded, recommending to be awarded.
Okay.
I'm not trying to make
And
them
the
all.
motion,
hell out of it.
and we, by announcing who those are, we're announcing to the public who the recipients were and the amount they received, and then we take official action to send that check.
Okay.
Good, that's good.
And, you know, my feeling with this, you know, this eligibility document, we sort of hashed this over last time. And, you know, we've made a couple tweaks. This time we've made some comments. I think that just needs to be reflected in here. And then next time we probably could take formal action on this.
I'd like to take action today based upon the comments we've made, and the general consensus we have on what changes we need to make. And I really want to get this thing moving.
Oh, I'd like to get it moving too. I just am hesitant to, I mean, we made 2 weeks. I'm just hesitant to approve a document that's as important as this, and it is important. Without having a.
What real
final
changes
draft
right
in
now?
front.
What real changes right now, we really said we're gonna make to the document?
Non-eligibility, there's some wording there.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of wording, and I'm not sure it's required, but we've discussed it, a little bit of wording regarding the subject that we just covered,
Yeah.
if it needs to be in here.
And I don't think it's the only two issues. It's just,
Yeah, I don't feel that you need to have that, the ceremony part that you talk about needs to be in there. I think that's an understanding of our process.
Okay,
We're good, because that's just it's like a press release, right? Or a press conference, really, essentially is what you're doing.
okay, I
If you can
agree with that.
finalize the verbiage that you want in this, then my recommendation would be is to approve it based on that. Send it out by email, just so that everybody's aware of it, and it becomes, bill becomes a law, I guess.
you okay with that, Joe?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Get done.
So have you got the verbiage there?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Around non-eligibility would be the something along broad public good or benefit the entire community. I did note about a staff, making sure they've been in business, that they're established. Those are the only two that I noted in the conversation.
And then, yeah, and so the board approval, or that's just,
Well, if you, I think you should make a motion that somewhere, some wording with it, the board, make a motion to approve as the changes recommended.
right, so we don't need that in the process, but there's an understanding that Kitty's going to come to us with a list of successful recipients and the amounts that we're awarding, and that we make that approval at a meeting.
Yeah, that piece is an understanding. Yeah, I think, I don't think that requires a board.
Because there's some other things that require, like the committee, that if you look at the last thing and whatnot, we as a committee whatnot need to, and perhaps we can do this if we work along, but we need to standardize the criteria, the internal criteria we use for accepting. For example, recommending, if you're going to average out a loss that you do every year, to take the last 3 years. That's what we're going to use, is the last 3 years for an average. And we apply that to all. So if an organization's had a 5K for 15 years, all I have to do is give us the last 3 years they had that race. And it's the average revenue from those 3 events.
Right, and you're hitting on the, some of the parameters that are in the R ruling that talk about lost revenue.
So is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and we need, yeah, so,
Yeah.
yeah.
So one thing I was gonna ask Kitty was just to check and make sure, it says that you should have the financial data. You're not gonna be audited, but you could be audited, so again, it's very vague, but
Yep.
I think we're okay on that. I just wanna make sure that I was remembering the same way that you read it.
For lost revenue, but let me.
Yeah, there are
double check
specific
to make
parameters
sure.
for lost revenue, yeah.
And I think that's something, Kitty, you're gonna have to establish it. How comfortable are you with the information they give in the supplement as to this? Yeah, this reassures me. Because if they say, we raised an average of $12,000 to $15,000 last 3 years in a 5K, and our average is 13.5.
Right.
That you're comfortable, that's all the information you need. If they're coming up with something more sophisticated, you may have to delve into it a little bit.
Yeah.
So can we look at the application now, gentlemen?
Well, you're asking that we take action on this document. And I'm trying to put that in words, so I don't want to let that
We
go.
want to take the criteria separate.
It's not that I want to take it separate, I just want to settle it so we don't have to come back to it. So I need some help with the wording, so document as discussed or as, that's a little vague.
With recommended revisions, with suggested revisions.
Right. And essentially what should happen here is before it becomes approved is that you can give the email approval based off of this one, and if nobody objects, then you should be all set. But if there's objections, then that may lead to a further conversation, that may lead to bringing it back next
Okay,
week.
what happens today is a general consensus as to what this document is going to say. Specifically, we'll get the specific language at some point in an email to reinforce the general consensus that we've come to at this meeting.
Okay, no, so I was talking about a vote today, and so that the consensus would generally be by email that you agree that that's the changes you were looking for. So if two of you say, oh, no, that's not the changes I was looking for, I would recommend even one. My suggestion would be to bring it back and let's have the conversation and fix it.
In other words,
But if you're clear, because I was reading into some other things when you were talking about it, but if you're all set and they're not substantive changes with whatever you were talking about, and Kitty, it sounds like you're comfortable making them, I think you're fine. So you vote to approve as recommended changes and she'll send them back.
so the wording would be as presented with suggested revisions discussed today.
Works for me.
So is that your motion?
Well, it can be, I just want to make sure. I'm just not used to the practice of approving a document that's not in front of us, that's all.
Mhm.
But it's not substantive, I'm not hung up on it, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page.
We discussed it enough so that there's no,
Yeah.
no doubt in what we all agree to.
Do you have doubt?
No, I just
Okay,
don't have the document in
perfect.
front of me. But I made good notes.
Okay, so if you want to take them together, I can, I just want to settle this one.
I'd like to take them together because one,
You get one, do the other.
the other one, you can't do them. Yeah.
Perfect.
So let's go to the application. And Kitty, you have the revised, and everything in red is what was, some of you and I have talked about, some I've done.
I've got it.
One of the things this morning I realized is that we should be calling this the lost revenue, not revenue loss or something. So I changed that to reflect the same language as the criteria in the title. It was now the Hancock County Nonprofit Lost Revenue Grant. That's okay? Just to, oh, and we're going to change in the paragraph previewing this, we're going to change that from exceed 25, we're going to go back to 1,000, right, gentlemen? If you want to put it up to 25. What's the minimum amount of money you think we should be awarding? 1,000? Okay. Kitty, you're going to change that to 1,000?
Yep.
Okay.
And sorry, may I just clarify? We would only fund the amount of the loss, not any additional unless it was additional. For example, we lost 1,000, but we're asking for 2,000 because we also need to buy PPP.
No,
So
what this, and that's why I didn't like the Knox County application, because I think that was geared towards a capital improvement project they wanted us to fund.
Yeah.
This is old, this is history. This is what happened.
Okay,
And so, and we don't care what you do with the money we give you. It's
Okay.
basically, it's money you lost as a result of COVID. But we're only going to reimburse you for the actual loss.
Okay.
So there won't be any, there's no opportunity for any additional
okay.
based on need. At least that's how I looked at it. Okay. Let's take out this language about direct payment. Let's just say forwarded to county finance for payment, not direct payment. Let's take the word direct out. Kitty,
Well, in my opinion, that sentence needs to be reflective of what we discussed earlier. Somehow, or consistent with it.
so what are you suggesting, Paul?
I'm not suggesting,
I mean,
making wording on the fly is I just think that it just needs to be consistent with will award the funds.
do you want to see something in there, commissioner approval? Is that what you're asking?
No,
Suggesting?
because that's part of our process. I just don't want to say it's going to be, going to go to the finance office for direct payment.
Well, just processing.
Yeah,
I think what I intended to reflect here, maybe we ought to rewrite it to that, is that there is no deadline for filing, and then we take, by some criteria, prioritize these. They're going to be funded as they're approved. So first come, first serve.
Immediate funding?
Well, I think the issue here is not when we pay it. The issue here is them understanding that they need to get their funds in, and the first person in is going to be the first person paid that qualifies. And so maybe you could rewrite that to make sure that they understand that funding will be, funding will be made available as soon as the process is approved. There's no deadline. And, except November 1st, if all the funds haven't been exhausted. And this paragraph really is just a kind of preliminary, So again, going down through the application, I tried to make it as simple as it could. And so, and my whole thought, Kitty, was that the loss is cumulative. So if you had 3 events that you had to cancel, it's the sum, the net sum of all 3 events. So you don't have to file a separate grant application for each activity. You can file one grant activity application if you had more than one activity. The application gives you an opportunity to submit information on 2 activities, but if you had a third one, you could go to your supplement page and apply for a third. And Kitty would figure that out.
Yeah.
And of course, what I added in there was that if you had a substitute activity, substituted your original activity that you had to cancel, and you had net revenue from that, that would decrease the amount of loss. That's going to, so you have to, if you had a 7K you had to cancel, and you had a solicitation letter that you issued that netted some money, that's the difference between those two, the actual net loss. And Kitty is going to filter through the information they give her, and she'll be able to say, whether or not, yeah, I have everything I need to understand this, or I'm going to contact so-and-so and make sure that I'm comfortable with the information I have in front of me. The rest of it's pretty straightforward. Is there anything you'd like to take out or add to this application?
No, but I will say, and to kind of address the issue that you're working on is, for me, even though this is an application, it's sort of a living document, a workable document too, that if you find something in this process that you need to adjust or change your edit, that will also, you're right in the middle of this, we might get the first round of applications and you realize, oh crap, yeah, we didn't think of that. So if there are like non-substantive changes that need to be dealt with at a later date, which again leads me to say, I think you can pre-approve this, as long as the 3 of you all three of you, my recommendation is all three of you are comfortable with it. Then we can make this happen.
The only, where it says office use only, I think those bullets need to be, again, reflective of the process that we've outlined. You know, the second to last, or the third to last one says approved by county administrator for finance department for payment. I think you need to have, you know,
Yeah, take that right out.
Yeah.
Just approved by the county administrator. So in that section, bottom, take out and forward it to the department for payment. Take that right out. That's part of the process. Because really the process continues beyond this to coming back to us.
and then I think there needs to be one that says awarded by county commissioners.
Add a bullet for,
Yeah.
Yep. And the amount of the award.
Yeah.
And that's something else, Kitty. They may ask for $4,500 if they claim that as a loss. But as you look through it and whatnot, you realize it's only 3,000. So, and at some point, you've got to document the amount of the award that is approved so that we don't think it is the amount that's requested. So, and that's not on this form. Are you going to take my form and fluff it up?
Yeah.
Do a better job of that?
Yeah. I'm kind of stuck on the word lost versus loss.
Loss?
I'm I confused myself.
Well,
When you made that change on the top, I'm sitting here thinking about loss.
revenue loss is not incorrect, but I use lost revenue on my criteria, then I use revenue loss on my
Yeah.
application, so I want to standardize, because
Yeah.
both of them work. It's just, I lost my revenue, and I have a revenue loss.
One's a verb and one's a noun.
One's a verb, one's a noun, so, you know,
Yep, I will,
what format, I'm not techy enough to understand, what format can we use so that they can download this to their computer, fill in the things, and then send it out without screwing up the format? What is that?
I mean, a PDF is gonna have to be an editable PDF, right? To make them, allow them to have as much room as they need.
Yeah.
I'd like to make this easy enough for them to
You want,
go in, fill out the data, and then email it
so
back.
you want them to be able to fill it out electronically?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, we can make that happen. We can.
Because if you send us just a standard Word document, they're gonna throw in that format.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, no, via billable PDF.
Yeah, and I don't know.
So
if we
there
could
wouldn't
have-
actually be a signature on that unless they had the capacity
Wow.
to sign electronically.
Good point.
I mean, we can play with that. I have some software that allows for electronic signatures. It would just, let me.
I think it's important that we have a signature on this.
Yeah.
I really do, because if somebody is less than totally honest with us and whatnot, it's going to become an issue.
Just like with your contracts, you can put an electronic signature on that. My feeling is I kind of envision probably most of them print it off and handwrite it or print it off, fill it in some other way and sign it afterwards and they can fill it in. So, yeah, there's a variety, but
Well, an editable PDF that they have to sign, scan and email to you is not a lot to ask.
no. It's a little convoluted in there and play with a PDF. We've never done it before, but yeah. So there are options. And if they have issues, they can call. We can help them through it.
So, and somewhere on here is how to submit. So if you're willing to take this on, they're going to submit this right back to you. And contact information to how to get more information. If you feel necessary, Scott is a backup to the information. So gentlemen, if you're comfortable, I'd like to move that we accept the criteria and application as discussed and amended. And that once Kitty and Scott have gotten our email consent, that after we've seen the final draft, we can start issuing applications. Can we do that? Yes. John would like to, I would like to.
And I'd like to put out a public announcement as well as get it on the webpage so that you know that this opportunity is available. Get the word out.
So when we put this on the webpage, do you want this under the ARP funds on that page, or do you want it separate?
I'd like to see it separate. I'd like to see it separately identified on the website so they could get into it.
So maybe a link from there to a separate page.
Well, we could do a link, you probably want it right on the homepage, right?
Mm,
Yeah, and I mean, we could add the link to the ARP page that way.
Jennifer, do you want a copy of the criteria? Or you're just gonna wait for the webpage?
That would be great. That would be helpful.
Okay, so we'll get Jennifer a copy of that criteria.
Just trying to put it in
Today's
the
Tuesday.
words.
You're gonna want that tomorrow though for this week's edition, Jennifer,
Well, as soon as possible. Today would be great, but
because we're not gonna have the modified version done
It'd be late tonight, but
late tonight.
Yeah.
If you could take Jennifer's email address and ship that to her late tonight.
Well, I would rather have it approved by you three before you ship to them.
oh,
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Sorry, you can forward that all you want, but. You know, that's the
Well,
process.
The thing is, though, that document's a public document. So that's, you could, rather than say this is what's going to be approved, you can say this is what's sent to the commissioners for final. I'd like to get this information as soon as possible. If we don't approve this till Friday, Jennifer doesn't have that document for her, for the Thursday edition of the Wednesday night edition.
Okay,
So are you ready? Paul?
well, I'm just trying to put it into words, so.
Joan, you want to try it?
So how about this? Move to approve the ARP nonprofit lost revenue grant program eligibility document and application as presented with the suggested revisions discussed today. Final document will be emailed to the commission for final approval by email, after which a public announcement shall be made or will be made or.
Yes, now you're rambling.
I know I'm rambling. I'm just trying to put it into words so that it's clear what we're doing.
Yeah, and I mean, it's long, but you know, in comparison to prior, board members, at least it's written out.
It's got to be written out
And
if
he
we're
can give
taking
it to
action.
Rebecca, so I think that's a full understanding, so I mean.
Is that what we agreed on?
That's
Yep,
what
that's
I think so.
Okay, and what about the public announcement piece? Does that need to be there? I'm not sure it needs to be there. Okay,
Motion made
seconded.
and seconded. Gentlemen, we discussed this right to death.
yeah, I'm sorry. I just,
We were complimented by somebody on the last meeting how efficient we were. I think,
well, we just need to memorialize our actions. That's all
I know what you-
it's okay to do.
and just for clarity, so. So on,
I like the way you operate, by the way.
at every commissioners meeting, we have a couple of different things. We have a broadband initiative that we are pursuing. We have a nonprofit initiative, but we still have others. So that is the spreadsheet, right?
Yep.
So anything that isn't in those two I'm also going to be pre-screening, seeing if I can get any detail and at least bringing them to you for discussion, not necessarily action, that here is a request. Is this something we need to pursue, review, get more information on?
That's how I,
But at some point, and this could be a couple months down the road, but at some point, we need to take that list and we need to say, okay, we need to start prioritizing this list. Because this list can only grow.
Right,
And
right.
At some point, we need to identify which one of these suggestions that we really would like to pursue. So yes, for the time being,
Okay.
that's my idea, Kitty, what you just said, but gentlemen, I think we need to at some point.
Well, I think we've already start approving things beyond what we just talked about. As some of the suggestions come in.
I mean, broadband's gonna wipe out a lot of them, right? So that's gonna take care of a lot of them. And then we'll start to see what's left and say, okay, we're getting enough on this that we need to, think about what is our action here.
Yeah.
because if you look at that spreadsheet,
Yes,
I mean, Well, it's diverse, but a lot of, you can pigeonhole, and broadband is a lot of that list.
Catchphrase. Rebecca, while I'm thinking of it, you were going to ask IT to see if there was a way to keep this thing from going to sleep on me, so I didn't have to keep logging in if I didn't move around, so you could remember that, appreciate it. Okay, gentlemen, we have a motion on the floor. We understand the motion, there's no further discussion, I'm gonna call a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Okay,
Okay,
very good.
thank you.
Sure.
I'm good, right? Gentlemen, need to take a break. You need a break? Oh, you all set?
Or maintenance. Right?
We're at maintenance. Here comes Dennis. Good morning.
Morning.
Oh, Kitty,
Good ears.
I'm sorry. Can you stay with us for just a minute? And let's move right to B.
Yeah.
Let's move right to B. And B, Kitty, is the access entrance project. I thought maybe you should hear that discussion and maybe help join us with it. So, Dennis, let's go to B right now while Kitty's here. What's the scoop?
As you see, we've received 3 respondents. They are the CGI, the collaborative group next door, headed up by Carla and company, Sealander, and Louis and Mom. All present pretty comparable credentials. And in fact, if you to separate any 2 of the teams, a lot of the team members we see are the same.
Did what, Dennis?
A lot of the team members are on both teams.
Oh, really?
Well, some members.
Yeah, Cunningham, Hero Headline's another one that's on a couple of those teams. And so Scott and I have discussed it a couple times. I wonder what, if you guys have any thoughts on these 3 groups? Because I don't see anything that jumps out at me and says, I like this group over this group because A, B, or C. I can tell you, if we go by who's done county work, Louis and Mom by a mile. Has done the most recent work at Sealander, and I don't know that we've ever dealt with Haskell,
Only contact.
except just through the whole jail, right?
So-
Nobody she is.
So my feeling is, and what I'm used to is, reviewing this.
Yep.
And then, which, I've done, although it's much easier to do it on paper, so than that PDF, but, so thank you for this, Dennis.
Sure.
And
Thank you, Patrice.
I think, to cut to the chase, I think that recommendation from you and our administrator would go a long way.
Yeah.
And, because quite frankly, we don't have the direct, or I should say we, I don't have the direct experience with all of these that you do. I have some experience indirectly with some of them. But I think your experience, trumps that for me.
Yeah.
So I'd like to see a recommendation.
I would certainly entertain that recommendation.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Still our decision.
Oh, absolutely.
Indeed.
I'm not sure how to evaluate the information I have in front of me. I mean, I have direct working relationship with both these through projects they've done for the county, to
Right.
3 of these. And so, I mean, I would, my opinion sitting here, that's based upon that relationship and that quality of the work and what happened on these other projects. which isn't fair to Carla because I've never used it. I don't know how to sit down and take Carla's work and say, evaluate that against the other two.
Well, that's kind of where our discussion led. We have nothing that says, is there a reason why we should look to a group we haven't used? And we viewed it kind of as a stab in the dark. Because.
And that's a good point, is that we have two firms that we have used in the past.
We can't do the same.
And are we so dissatisfied with those two that we're looking to go somewhere else? And if the answer is no, why don't we go with no?
I agree, and that's why I was asking for a recommendation. And part of that recommendation might be, maybe the facilities director or administrator have, heard through the grapevine that this is a great company to deal with for these reasons, and maybe they flush that out. To me, that's all part of them making that recommendation, but they're the pros here, not us, in my opinion.
I'm just going on experience since I've been here. They were both firms, LMA, Lewis Malone, and Sealander were excellent to work with. However, I will say that, and I think we'll remember this, or I'll bring up some memories. There were a couple issues with the jail wall project. Lewis and Malone did the jail wall project.
Yeah.
Sealander did the RCC project.
Yeah.
Now, right, wrong, and different, there were a couple of issues with the jail wall project. They were rectified. Without going into details, I think even the commission felt it could have been handled a little better. I will say on the positive side, I found, as I dealt very directly with Sealander and Dave Nazaroff, who did the RCC work and the requisitions, that it seemed like Sealander really was there to represent us and was really a little bit more in tune, and I'm going to use the word aggressive, but that's probably more spot on with some of the issues and caught them ahead of time. And I guess that would be the difference. The issues with the jail wall and LMA, those issues should have been caught sooner than later.
So,
Well, it was allowed to go into the city, it never should.
Exactly.
It was, what, Dennis?
It was allowed to, and he's referring to the chainmail.
Right.
Blew up into this thing that never should have occurred. And, ended up actually with Commissioner and I tearing it down one afternoon over just, let's do something even if it's wrong. So, and
That has left a bit of taste in my mouth too.
Yeah,
It's not only the fact that it occurred, but I really don't think they did enough to remediate it later.
and then, and just a way wrong approach with it. I could not agree more.
is this too, I'm green here, so is this too much to ask? That we come back at a subsequent meeting with a recommendation, and the reasons for that recommendation for us to take action on at some future meeting? Is that too much? Am I putting, the facilities director and the administrator too much on the spot?
No, not for me.
Not if the commission needs more time, and
Certainly not.
I'm actually, we're sitting here looking at it going, in hindsight, I kind of wonder if you want them to come in and just have a little bit of an interview.
I don't need.
Is that required?
I don't.
I think,
I don't.
yeah, I don't need that. I
Okay.
think you may need that. I don't know if you do.
No, I'm
I thought-
comfortable
No.
with
I don't know what
Scott's
we're gonna get
opinion.
to Scott in writing, if he didn't eloquently just say.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I think that sounds to me like that was a recommendation for Sealand.
It was.
And if that be the case, I understand your rationale for that, and quite honestly, I agree with
I'm sure you do.
Yeah,
But
well,
anyways.
That's the same sticking point that we came to. So I would recommend Sealander as well,
You would,
based on that. Sure.
on the same rationale.
Yeah, and past experience. I'm trying to give Lewis Malone the benefit of the doubt based on their body of work in the past for the county, but no, this event was
And
a sentinel event. in
he's
my
right in the
opinion.
street too. And I gotta tell you.
And that was our joy.
Scott is right, because his wife would sit down with figures and whatnot, and to much, what's his name, chagrin.
Nazareth. Yeah.
Nazareth.
They did hold his
He was
feet.
really, she was so particular and so articulate that it kind of irritated him
It
that,
did.
come on, cut me some slack, no,
Well,
penny's a penny.
He wanted to come in with here's here's my price, cut me a check, I'll see you later, do I even have to show up?
So
And she was a little more
So,
of a taskmaster.
do we need to take action on this today? Is there a fire anywhere? And the reason why, I'm used to like memorializing things a little better. It would be nice to have a memo that says, we've evaluated these three firms. We recommend this
Yeah.
firm because of this. We take
Put
action.
that together, but my feeling was, I wanted to get yours to see that you all remembered and felt the same way that we did about these respondents.
John, you
Yeah, I have no-
Well, yeah, no, I mean, I obviously was leaning towards Sealander and the whole thing anyway, just because of the relationship with RCC. They worked with I mean, we've already actually kind of looked over part of this project in a way, and, you know, when we
Yeah,
were
it
talking
is
about
the
the
same
steps,
piece of
so
real estate.
the area
That's
there
an excellent
intimately.
point, because Sealander did the RCC, which is contiguous to where this entrance is, and
Right.
probably already has some
Yeah, at
information.
what point when we were doing trying to figure out the scope of the last project, it was thought that we would try to work on the steps that are the entrance.
Right,
So
build out.
they're very familiar with that aspect of the building.
In fact, they came back with an estimate for that, and we had to downsize that. So, I mean, they have some work already in place that helps towards this.
See, that's experience that I don't have, and for me to make a decision, that's why I like,
And I'd happily give you a memo saying
yeah, I mean, unless there's a reason that we need to do it today. I don't think there is.
Well, let's talk about what we're going to do once an architect is selected. We're gonna ask them to try to do.
Well, I think what we do in this case is establish a planning committee comprised of 3 or 4 of us and begin immediate meetings to get a concept to the designer and get a base design back to us that we can look to enhance the building on. I think the concept's pretty clear. We've got a bunch of bullets that we'd like to include in it. And so at some point, you've got to establish a baseline upon which you decide to go further or less, or, you know, forward or back. And that helps to do that.
I'm not opposed to the committee, but I really think initially, I'd like to see all 3 of us involved in those initial
No doubt.
ideas, you know what I mean? So that,
Yeah, well, again, I'm ambivalent on that, whatever makes it work.
And
Well,
What's important to me.
of course, 40 years of history, I have some real deep thoughts about.
on that very area.
That area down there, whatnot. No. And anyways,
Well, the point is, I don't. And,
Yep.
you know, it's, I don't feel a need to because I like to rely on people who have experience. So whatever works is, I just want it to work well for.
so anyways, what we would do first is have some kind of group discussion, trying to develop some general ideas, what this would look like, so that the architect could then refine those into some number, well, did I hear something to the effect, though, the architects are saying that we're gonna have to do some extensive work on this before we can even give you a ballpark figure, so.
To some degree, yes. They're gonna work on probably a design fee originally, which is, you know, we'll go to work on an hourly basis or however they,
But was it to the
Define
point
their
of when they
time.
had to go out and get RFPs for contractors?
I wouldn't think so. What they probably do is do some consulting, the same as they did with RCC. So they'll bring their team in and look at potential. We know we're gonna have some groundwork here. And here's what we're dealing with. You know, just their feeling overall, if we cut to here, it's this. Engineering, we're gonna need to have HVAC up there. And where are we gonna draw that? We're gonna need to have electrical work, and then there's the elevator component that we talked about as well. So roundtable those people, get that concept off the ground, and then they come back to us and say, we have thoughts that can go in these directions. What do you think? It's really, it is a collaborative process.
I won't get off the point here. Kitty, Scott is very reassuring as he reviews the ARP process that this qualifies, no doubt. And do you share that same assurance? Are you that comfortable with this?
I'm not 100% there. I'm still hoping that we get some sort of assurances from somebody.
Okay,
It's
so
on my list to kind of reach out to even state delegation staff, but see if they have resources as well, right? And I know Scott's been waiting to hear back from somebody that maybe might help with that, just because of the dollar value,
right,
right?
absolutely. And that's my concern is that I don't want to get involved in a $3 million project. And
Yeah.
somebody later saying, that didn't qualify.
Right.
Cough up the
Yeah,
funds.
not a good word with these kind of bigger streets.
On the
Okay.
surface, it seems like it could, but just the dollar value makes me want to have a little bit of.
Good, I appreciate that. That makes me more comfortable,
Yeah, this could easily be a $5 million project.
I see it well into that, but yeah. Again, once you start deciding on which direction to take, you're right, it could.
This may end up being the RCC scenario that we do get a $5 million, we have to downsize it to something. So, have we set aside a number for this project yet? Didn't we?
Not officially. No, you've now gone, well, I mean,
We were 2 to 3.
yeah, my vision was, 2.5. I think you could approach a 3 if you can downsize it. Yeah, I don't think we do it.
Yeah, the only point I was making is, I see this can easily be a big,
And I think that's why Dennis is pointing out maybe having a committee, and if doesn't, if all 3 commissioners don't want to serve on it or be, we need to have a concept of what we're looking at, so we can say the elevator is gonna go here. We kind of envision it going here, because it needs to be handicapped, so does it come up, with ramps, and then you have a platform that you can go down to the sheriff's office, and you come in the employee entrance? Is there still an employee entrance? Is it all funneled down there? How does it look on the side of the building conceptually, rather than saying, well, one wants the elevator here, one wants the elevator here, and, then it becomes, that's where you get into the design changes and things like that. So I think the overall concept of how it's going to look, how it integrates, even with the wall, how far does that wall go into it? How does it affect parking? So I think that's what Dennis is talking about,
Yes.
having a group down there, at least to kind of solidify, go down and familiarize yourself with it, which I think Commissioner, you could easily do, look at it, if you had any input, so.
Establish a firm idea of what the concept is.
I have no, again, I just want it to be workable.
Yeah,
Right,
agreed, no question.
My input may not be, I just don't have the experience you all do.
right.
So are we gonna say that the 17th, give you a formal recommendation? One of the things about this is the timeline. And at this point, we're looking at fall, spring, things like. And it looks like even the process for attributing funds is gonna be a little more convoluted than thought. So you may not have a decision on your major projects until Christmas. How are you gonna use these funds? So, and if this was one of them, we ought to have it in the pipeline, but I don't see much happening till next spring at this point.
I would agree with that, yeah.
So we've got the time. If you want to come back and I'd happily make a formal recommendation. Is the 17th going to be your day?
Yeah, I see.
Whatever date, is that the date?
Yeah.
Must be.
And
having heard your feedback, I think we're on the same page for this, to be honest.
I'd like to see a recommendation on the 17th and the decision made by the board to decide and get going.
Well, that's a process that I just outlined. If 2 of you are ready to make that decision now, then, and it helps it move along, it's just, I don't have that experience. That's the only reason I threw that scenario.
Yeah, no, it's perfectly fine. And typically, if there was a hard and fast proposal, that's what you've been getting from me, Scott, and Adam. But in this case, we're really taking this from, the dream to reality. We want to kind of let you in on the dream as well, on that conceptual side of it. And with this group, they're all local, and I know that directly or indirectly, we've all had some experience with at least members of these teams. So if there was any feedback that you had, or that John may have had, and I know Commissioner Clark was involved intimately with both the jobs, so he had an opinion. And I think we've got that.
Okay, so I think that's the plan. Back on the 17th for the written, from both of you and in hopes that we can finalize that, take action. Okay. Then let's come back to your monthly report, Dennis.
Yeah.
Gentlemen, if you have, pardon?
I was gonna ask you.
Kitty, thank you. Talk to you later. Bye-bye. Never thought to ask if she had another appointment.
She would have said.
So I don't want to interrupt you. I didn't know. I'm going to move to accept and file a facility director's report dated July 29th as presented.
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion on this report? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, aye, motion carries.
Dennis, do we have, snow removal contract coming up, right?
Yes, it's on the, it's D on this agenda, item D.
Okay.
Item C, Dennis.
Yes, I ask that the commission approve the hire of Jessica Sherburne of Franklin as part-time janitor at the rate of $13 per hour, limited to not more than 30 hours per week, effective July 31 of this year.
So moved.
Seconded.
I'm surprised with attracting people at $13 an hour.
Yeah, well, it's,
Bye, Jennifer.
I think this particular applicant is kind of looking at maybe for attrition, she might get a full-time opportunity down the road.
Okay.
That is something that we do still have going for us. Is that our benefit package is pretty good.
And the date was July 31st or 30th?
Which is, yeah, she wouldn't start officially till this coming Thursday, but the work week.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure I had that.
Saturday.
So we have a motion on the floor? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you. And the last item is to request permission to bid for snow removal.
So I'm going to move to approve seeking bids for snow removal as requested.
Seconded.
Gentlemen, do you think this is necessary for Dennis to continue in the future to do this? To seek our approval to get bids? In other words, as a matter of course of action, why couldn't he just send these out to his contractors and say,
Well, so I think we should leave it as is. And it's not to bring up any of the issues from last year, but let's
Well, they are
just keep it as it
germane,
is.
there are factors germane.
Yeah, so, okay, we should keep it as
all
is.
right, I'm just trying to streamline the process, but
It's something that may be,
they're coming back to haunt you, Dennis.
I still want to,
No,
I still want
absolutely not. And here's a couple things that are factors relative to that. We're now in a one-year contract that is January to December. So we won't have to pay for snow removal until January at this point. And one of the things in building up to this a year ago, some research I did in soliciting prices from contractors all over the area, from Hendugas to Atlantic Supply to O'Halloran, talked to half a dozen different people who do this, and they are not really interested in working by the hour anymore. So one of the things that I need to discuss with you today is the terms of these contracts. So typically, we'd ask for an hourly price, and a contractor comes back with us, and we'd ask for a seasonal price. And we decide, are we gonna roll the dice and see how many hours we build up this year, or are we just gonna take a seasonal price?
And you can't win that because we took a seasonal price last winter. Had we taken an hourly price, we'd have saved a ton of cash. We didn't get any snow last year, so.
Potentially.
So I mean, it's,
again,
It is chicken and egg thing.
You can't win that battle.
Right.
That's,
Again, I'd be looking for our facilities director's recommendation.
Yeah. So-
You know, and the question about requesting permission to go out to bid, that's just a formality. I'm not sure it has to be there, but maybe there's a reason it has to be there. I'm fine with that, but what's more important to me is that our facilities director, having bounced through our administrator, comes back with a recommendation and says, gentlemen, we're recommending that you do this for these reasons.
Yeah.
And we buy into it or we don't buy into it.
Right, exactly.
That's the process I would say.
Exactly. So,
what length of contract will you be trying to get on?
well, what I'm proposing this time is that instead of hourly, we propose a per event. What do you charge when it snows? And then a cost for calling services of sanding and sand and salt we sometimes get. And then the seasonal price, and then we'll have all those factors to look over and, as you said, come back with a recommendation.
Yeah, I mean, we have a facilities director who's very capable and can make these recommendations, and I'd like to hear what they are.
Right.
Dennis, do you think it would be just a 1-year contract that we'd be doing?
Well, in the past, I think the reason for some of our troubles was a 3-year contract, and where are we in that contract? Again, it's my mistake that was made, and I can tell you now that I have a calendar with all of these items on it. It has been updated, scrutinized over 12 months.
but you know, there's.
Very careful.
I like that because it really wasn't a 3-year contract. It's a 1-year contract to the opportunity to renew. It wasn't
That's
an
right.
increase. And I like that concept.
Yeah. It gives the contractor a chance to make it up if they lost it.
So I'm not opposed to you trying to get another one of those so that you have a 1-year contract with the ability to renew twice if the price didn't go up. And
For max of 3 years.
for a max of 3 years.
1 year with 2 renewals.
That's what I'd like to see. I thought that was a good concept.
Yeah.
And it made it easier for Dennis too, because
Yeah.
he basically comes back with a recommendation that they did a good job, they'll do it again for the same price. Do you
It
want
answers
to
that. Should we have some fresh
save some
blood?
other work of bidding and reviewing and so, you know.
Yeah, whatever you recommend,
Okay.
I'd consider.
That's what we'll do then.
Good. I called the vote on that. I had not called. Okay, gentlemen, any further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Anything else, Dennis?
No, I think that's it.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and interested to hear the COVID discussion. It's crazy, insane.
Geez, I walked into the grocery store the other day and one of the people in there had a mask on. I said, what are you telling us? Well, she says, they're getting close to mandating it again.
Yeah,
Yep. I thought, oh, geez.
Somebody said Walmart.
they just did it this morning.
Asking Walmart.
You got to have a mask now in Walmart?
They're-
Another good reason not to go up there. Between that remodel.
This is what I heard.
But it was, last time it was high areas, high.
It was, yeah, it
areas.
was for them, but others have gone.
Yeah.
They're doing it on their own.
I saw something online that said, you know, we went from, oh crap, I forgot my mask to, oh crap, I forgot my bags. Now, we're, oh crap, I forgot my mask and my bags.
Yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
Jeez. Good morning, Bob.
Good morning. Nothing really too crazy other than what I've mentioned to you in the email. I did want to briefly kind of discuss the EMS issue. It's really not our problem yet, but we have an EMS shortage in Hancock County in general. Megan, our medical QA on Thursday, let me know that she'd uploaded 435 medical calls as of last Thursday, so we probably have another 70 calls over the weekend, I'm guessing. She hasn't uploaded them. She is out right now waiting a test result. So we're getting hammered with medical calls. Our 911 call volume, I think if you saw in my report, it was almost 2,500 calls this month for July. I don't know if we've ever had that many 911 calls. Obviously they're not all medical calls, but the medical that we are having, some of that's attributed to some of our, like our Golden Acres, our Diane Dow, Hancock, Franklin, Surrey, they're every day they're calling because the resident has a snuffle, the resident calls, and they don't have medical staff on scene, so we're sending ambulances. We're finding very, very often now we're bringing EMS resources from other areas to cover because they're out on transfers. Several areas have hospitals which require transfers that takes their ambulances out of service. The Ellsworth area, the Northern Lake crew, they're staffing generally 1.5 ambulances now, not for 2 full with backup. So we're bringing Peninsula in from Blue Hill a lot, which is creating shortages over there. I think Friday we ended up bringing our Memorial Ambulance out of Deer Isle to cover one of Peninsula's calls, because Peninsula's here coming over the lake call. And it's kind of snowballing off and on. We're looking at trying to come up with a way to kind of track that. And I hate to use the word track because people get kind of uptight when you start tracking their stuff, but it's more to recognize the problem and be able to provide input. I get asked once in a while, hey, what's the numbers? And we really don't have a good way to track those for several different reasons. One is so that we know what the problem are, but also to provide them input so that they need that data for staffing or things like that, that we can say, hey, you know, or if they have to go to their board of directors and say, hey, we haven't met our obligations because of the high call volume or any of those things. It's kind of really meant to help. We're just not quite there yet on how to track those resources specifically, because a lot of those agencies are not agencies that we dispatch or monitor. You know, we get calls for, you know, town of Franklin. We get calls quite often to send Cherryfield there for calls. That's a long haul out of Cherryfield to Franklin because of, you know, so that's just some of the numbers we're looking at, trying to help keep track of. But we are getting hammered a lot with medical calls up to.
Osborne has no calls.
Well,
Are they going somewhere else?
Well, no, I think the problem is that, and because I kept looking at this, I had a discussion with one of our dispatcher Euclid, who's a first responder in Hancock, and they have way more medical 911 calls than what, and I think the problem is on how this is received is a lot of this is cell phone. So these towers, Osborne doesn't have a cell tower. So some of these calls, like the Ellsworth calls, a lot of the towers in Ellsworth are getting those calls out in Hancock. So that, I think that's what we're seeing, because I question this too. I'm like, I know we're sending Osborne's going to calls, or, you know, Amherst has had calls, but they're being logged at the towers that they're being received. So that's kind of misleading. Back when everybody had a landline, this was very accurate. This isn't accurate. The numbers are accurate because we're getting them here in Hancock County. It's just that they're not originating in homes on landlines. So we only have about 20% of our 911 call volume is landlines. The rest is cell phone VoIP calls.
So when somebody places a 911 cell call, does it go directly to you, or does it go to Orno on the back?
No, well, it used to do that. Normally now we receive 911 calls. One of the challenges we get is some of the outlying towns, Orland, for example, they come into Waldo, Camden, you know, and vice versa. We get a ton of Searsport calls and Camden calls. We get Eddington calls that we ship back. It depends on where the tower that receives the call, that's the credit. They get the credit for receiving the call. So, but we do get, I mean, they're all routed here. And if they're answered somewhere else, they're routed to us to handle.
But that's not necessarily reflected here, is the point.
Correct. It is, but so like again, Ellsworth had, you know, 524 911 calls. Probably all 524 were not centrally located in Ellsworth. It's just, that's where the towers are located. They have 2 or 3 towers there. So that reflects the community that the call is received from. And cell towers. Blue Hill's another one. We got not 100 calls in Blue Hill. They didn't have 100 emergency calls last month, but you have the tower on top of Blue Hill Mountain. There's 2 towers up there. There's AT&T and US Cellular. So that's the location that the call is routed to us from, is that cell tower. So it's kind of,
They get credit for the original.
they get credit. So, I mean, you know, we have one in Orland. I think we had 99 calls last month too. We didn't have 99 emergencies in Orland, but we have the cell tower that sits up by Freshwater Stone. There's one out the end of the 176. There's one up on by the Blue Hill, or by the Blueberry Factory. Those receive calls from all around. We get a bunch of Bucksport calls, from the cell phone. So it's kind of skewed. But the total end result, 2493, that's calls that we got. It's just they didn't happen in towns. They say they were, so or they didn't result in those towns. So anyway, we're keeping an eye on that. We are almost daily bringing EMS resources from other areas to cover deficiencies here. And it's not just Northern Light, it's Peninsula Times and others as well. So we're keeping track on that. The other thing I wanted to bring your attention was the renovation. I think, last year we didn't have a huge call volume because of COVID. This year it's out of control, and I don't think we would have survived down in dispatch with the previous setup. I mean, I've been in there, and I've reported this before as the fourth station. They're really, really busy during the day. And that's given us the ability to handle more calls. I think, I hate to say it was a godsend, but looking back now, I mean, we have the ability. There's some things that we could have done better on it. It is hard to hear the fourth station, what's going on at the front station. But we have the ability to move between consoles, support each other. There's room to move around, and we didn't have that before the renovation. And I don't know that we would have been able to do the job that we're doing now.
Have you been down to see CC?
No, I have not.
Because you wouldn't appreciate it if you hadn't been there, but see the
Old pictures.
We have plenty of old pictures.
Yeah, yeah.
I can stand there and show you where the wall used to be, and it's.
I'd really like to see it. I just have sort of been staying away because of everything that's going on, and I thought of trying to schedule something, but you probably don't want me to do it when you're busy, so I had
I
sort of.
really thought when I was busy. Every time you guys come down, the phone doesn't ring. It's like, trying to
They
explain.
need to figure that just so they have a.
Well, I was just, sort of waiting for fall when.
Yeah, maybe when
Up to
it
it.
supposedly quiets down a little bit, yeah. Yeah,
I
Bob,
wouldn't want to be in the way, that's.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no,
You wouldn't
no,
know.
no.
There's room to stand and look.
Yeah.
The truth of the matter is, Paul, that if they were busy, you'd really get a good flavor for
Right.
what's going on and how well they work together. Because one thing that always intrigued me is that if one dispatcher got a 911 call, they have a criteria they have to go through. What do you call it? Protocol. But while that person's going through the protocol, the other dispatcher, if they're not tied up and whatnot, is listening and whatnot, starting to activate the emergency services. And so you think you're wasting your time telling them all this information on the phone and nobody's doing anything, but another dispatcher has already started the ambulance, he started the fire, he started the police and whatnot. And I always found that interesting because that's how well they're synchronized down there. And if you could see that in operation, I was just happening to sitting there one day when a guy fell off the roof. You know what I mean? There were 3 dispatchers actively working there between fire, ambulance, getting the information, coaching the person through,
And you always have 3 people there?
Not always. We have a requirement to have minimum two people there. We generally have 3 people from noon to midnight. And depending on, sometimes we have 3 from 8 a.m. to.
Is Megan the third?
She is the third, and she's available. She's back right now.
Noon to 12?
Noon to 12. She sits in, and then she does her QA in the afternoon.
They got this really irritating mandate that they have to do. What they call it QA.
QA.
It's quality assurance.
100, we have to, Megan has to review 100 medical calls and up to 100 fire calls.
Now, I don't know if we want to talk about this publicly, but how many times did she have to go out and sit down with this person and say, you screwed this call up?
Not a lot. I mean,
Does that happen
it
occasionally?
does happen once in a while. What happens is she'll afford me if it's a really bad call that just.
What happened? They just didn't follow the protocol?
Or they got lost, or they added a few things in there, and then, she'll bring it to my attention, and I'll say, hey, look, get back on track. Because we report to the state our compliance. So Megan has to go through it, and it's not punitive, it's more just, process improvement. If it's a continued trend, a specific dispatcher just watches them over and over and over again, that's a training issue. If it's just, and we have to take a lot of it account. You have callers that just do not cooperate. You can't ping a dispatcher for not.
QA is a full-time job. That's a full-time position. So we're spending $60,000-$70,000 on it just to.
And it's mandated, but it's unfunded.
So like Bar Harbor, for instance, used to take their own calls. That doesn't happen now?
No, for medical and fire calls, we actually do the processing and notify. And that's why I know on my monthly report, I give you the in and out and the 911 numbers that look like they're out of control. That's the numbers that represent the dispatchers all picking up the lines to help dispatch.
That was my,
So what I did is I added that other page of the actual one-for-one call coming in. That looks a lot smaller. So for example,
that's the second spreadsheet you sent?
so, right, so this one that says RCC dispatcher actions and process, in and outbound, it's showing for July, 5,034 calls. That's off of our in-house recording system for each handset that gets picked up and processed.
So that includes the three.
That's the three dispatchers, 2 to 3, sometimes 4, picking up those lines to help. Because to give you an example, I'll use the city of Ellsworth. They have their own dispatch. So if there's a medical, say there's a motor vehicle crash on High Street, if there's injuries, there's one dispatcher who picks up the phone that processes the call, gets the information, is anybody injured, whatever. There's a phone call to Ellsworth Dispatch to tell them about the call. There's a phone call to MedCom, which is the ambulance services dispatch, to tell them about the call. They require the fire department, because the fire department responds not only as fire department, but also as medical. So we have to get enough information to give them the answer of what's happening. MedCom for the ambulance crew for Northern Light requires us to give them a certain amount of information. We have to stay on the line long enough to get the coronavirus possibilities, the EMD code, the code through the protocol, because that's required by Maine EMS to provide EMS services that, for example, you're in one of these assisted living places and you've got a runny nose. We have to go through a medical protocol for a sick person, which, are they bleeding, vomiting blood, any pain, all these other things, so that we get to a certain point that then we provide the ambulance service. You're going to, 123 Main Street for a 55-year-old female with difficulty breathing or, sick with they need, because they have a runny nose, they fall under could be coronavirus. So we have to give them a positive U21 code plus, and you're going to a 26 Bravo 1 or 26, and that's all stuff that the dispatchers have to process and just taking that call.
So when in Ellsworth or Bar Harbor, somebody calls 911, that's coming to the RCC,
correct?
Whether it's in Bar Harbor or Ellsworth.
Correct.
And then when you get that call, Ellsworth and Bar Harbor and probably others, some of them have their own dispatch.
They do. Yeah.
So then you notify them and they dispatch.
Correct.
Okay.
And unless it's a law enforcement call, then we give it to them directly because we don't have law enforcement protocols. The state's pushing for those, and I know that Ellsworth's already told me that if those come into place, they're shutting down, and we're going to have the city of Ellsworth too, because why have a dispatcher not taking any calls? Because we're mandated, we can't just pass Bar Harbor fire call anymore because the state mandates that we have to process it as ESAP with fire protocols, which makes it, people don't want to talk to us. They won't, when they call 911, they just want to tell us there's a fire and get there. And the problem we have is, and being the receiving end of that is a fire chief, is I really like to know where I'm going to, which requires a lot of those questions that people don't want to answer. Geez, I just told you my house on fire, get here quick. Well, we still need to know, is anybody trapped, what kind of house is it? Or, my car, the vessel was a car fire, my car's on fire. They forgot to tell us that it's in the garage that's attached to the house. We show up with an engine and 3 guys and all, I was like, send everybody, and now this is where some of that gets sussed out, but we have to do that for every community in Hancock County. So that creates more work for the dispatchers because they can't just say, we'll be right there. They have to go through the process. And what makes it complicated is when everybody going by decides, I better call this, I see a house on fire. So in the process of having to weed through providing that guidance or getting those questions, we have to field the other sometimes 15 to 20 calls crafted on any main road. everybody with a cell phone in a 20-mile radius seems to be calling us to tell us about it. So it gets really, really complicated. But sure.
So, sorry to get off on, I'm gonna move to accept and file the RCC Director's Monthly Report as presented.
Seconded.
Motion made and seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion?
Yes.
Aye, motion carries.
And I really appreciate the report. That's.
Well, like I said, I mean, I could tell you about all the stuff. We have a lot of critical incidents, but 10 pages.
Yeah, no, I
I've been trying to remember. I mean, it's just so much of it. Trying to go back and find the note and things.
Thank you, Bob. Paul will come down someday.
Thank Bob.
Let's move to the warrant memo, gentlemen.
move to approve the July warrant as presented.
Seconded.
Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion?
Aye.
Aye, motion carries. Scott, let's have an update on that finance position.
Well, I think since we last spoke, I've had at least one, if not two, meetings with the candidate. The first meeting, I think I alluded to that they had gone back to their current employer and gotten some additional attention. So in conversation with the candidate, and after some thought, I felt that, because I thought we'd probably eventually do it anyways, was that to increase, kind of sort of a counter offer, increase it a little bit. And I think that really is probably the max that I would go to right now. And I thought it went outside. I tried to look back in my notes and I couldn't find what we talked about earlier, but so that's why I sent the email with regards to getting final approval. So I discussed that number with the candidate. I did indicate that I needed final approval for it. I wanted to know if that would do it. And there have been a few more questions, another meeting, which included actually, I recommended, and the candidate and all parties were actually very favorable of it, was we kind of had everybody meet, the office staff and the individual all met, kind of address some concerns of what I'm stepping into, what I'm coming to do for work here. And as of this, yesterday morning, I got an email back from the candidate asking for a couple of other clarifications, which are very minor. And I just said that later in the day, I emailed and said that I apologize, I hadn't responded, but I have a meeting today. And so essentially seeing where today goes before I pursue any further.
So it's your feeling that this would do it and,
Hope so.
okay,
The candidate hasn't accepted that offer.
well, it's not a real offer.
Yeah.
I know, but did she say, if they do, I will?
Well, let me put it this way, 3 times I did hear, I'm kind of leaning uphill. So, and everything went well in the meeting,
What's that mean, leading up to?
meaning that, well, she works downhill, so leaning towards our direction. Yeah. I think I had the candidate on the hook. Now, whether or not yeah.
I'm gonna move to increase the pay range of the finance position up to 55,000 as requested by the county administrator.
Seconded.
And he touched on all those points in his email.
Yeah, so I just want
Scott, what's the thought process if everything goes through? The start for us.
Yeah, that's the other question, and I, even though I could use somebody yesterday, there was a request from the current employer to, 4-week notice. So, well, I think we can work something out. I mean, since then, I have had indications where there appears, and that was part of the candidate's concern was, which again, it kind of fits into my mold. There was concern of, well, how are they going to, I don't want to just leave them empty handed. So I find that very intriguing. And since then, I guess there's been some conversation about a possible replacement. So I think that's made the candidate feel a little better. What that's worth, but yeah. My hope is that at some point, maybe, in a transition period of a couple of weeks, the candidate would at least maybe come up for a day and kind of, get acclimated, start looking at things, that type of situation, and transition over. And of course, I mean, if it ever ended up, for a certain time period, if they needed the candidate to help down there for some reason, I mean, I think it would, the county's interest out of the whole spectrum of things that, we would allow that.
So if we establish that, that would be the rate of pay for 2021, correct?
No, I think in fairness, the COLA would apply. However, I mean, if that's what you choose to come back with, that's what I'll.
What do you mean COLA applies to what?
The 22, is that what you said?
No.
Oh,
In other words, that would only be for 21.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood. Yes.
Yes. So we would treat that as the base for whatever we did with 22.
Correct.
Because, gentlemen, we have 2 department heads that are less than that now for 21, in registry of deeds.
Different skill set. Yeah.
And you're talking elected versus hired, which I think there is a difference with that. Different skill set. I think for a, although not fully qualified for a finance director, everything looks about as confident and positive as it could be. It's a good deal.
What do you want to do, gentlemen? We have a motion on the floor for 55 for this position for the balance of 2021.
I'm in favor.
Yeah, I think we've identified the problem. This is how to solve it. We can solve it.
Okay, I'm going to call a vote. All those in favor?
Aye.
I'll vote in favor. Motion carries. COVID update.
So, well, I'll start off with Dennis and I actually had chatted just prior to, was it last Wednesday or Thursday, kind of reached out. And he had already, I had actually mentioned or asked about some signage to put around, copying your, don't copy your hands, clean, wash your hands, all those things. And I knew we had something that had 3 bullet points on it. So if you're 6, stay home. Then Dennis informed me that he had actually upgraded his attention with a daytime person to start cleaning again. The courts were a little concerned. And then we have this new scoring system, I guess, or alert system that's, now developed with mask on or mask off, depending on what day it is, depending on the numbers, the Bangor Daily News articles. And actually, I guess that took place over the weekend. I think Andrew, you sent me, saying you sent me an email saying we were now on alert. And actually it did start a couple days before because Piscatic was in that mix. So, just to let you know that we have already started some pretty serious preventative measures and attention to it. And other than that, Dennis,
360.
Yeah.
Just to do Friday night rather than weekend. To disinfect the building.
Yeah.
Reset button weekly to try and.
I asked to have that used more often, and they were already in the process of making that happen. So. Anything else you have to? Anything from the courts with regards to?
No,
the
not
mask
at
or-
all.
Okay.
They're they're talking, waiting for the order
Right.
to mask up. The CDC's latest guideline on the federal level is that if you're indoors, even if you're vaccinated and in high transmission areas, you should wear a mask.
Right.
We're not what you consider a high transmission area at this time, although 2 counties of Maine are.
Right.
And are those Somerset and
So I said, Waldo,
Somerset?
yes,
So pretty close to home.
right.
So we got our ear to the ground.
We bounced back and forth though. Didn't you find we were high?
Yeah, I think we were substantial,
Over.
substantial or high. And I think we were substantial over the weekend and
Yeah.
now we're back to moderate.
Saturday we were, Sunday we weren't, so, you know.
That's a roller coaster. We're just trying to hang on our seats.
So again, just to let you know, we're very vigilant, very attentive. Yep, unless you have any further questions, that's really all I have. Dennis or Andy?
No, sir.
Thank you, nothing, okay. Bob?
Yeah, always open to any suggestions as well that you might have.
Is that it?
That is it.
That is it for that? Okay. Then let's take a few minutes and look at a budget proposal for EMA.
Well, actually, going back on the other top, Beck, did you have anything to add to that? To COVID, or? No, okay.
Morning again.
Morning, if you hang on just a minute.
I was gonna say, do you have copies up there?
I don't know what that is.
See? Oh, if you had that nice little camera. How's that? Then they know.
What was sent to,
Looks like a speaker.
Yes.
it's like a what?
Oh, it is, yeah, I don't,
Speaker.
I'll ask her, but,
It's inside.
yeah, I didn't see it or anything on, but.
No, it was there this morning.
Oh,
Oh, was?
maybe put it back, I guess, and if somebody comes looking,
Yeah,
or do we have a lost and found?
What is it?
Speaker, looks like a Bluetooth speaker.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, somebody's bugging that meeting place.
Be reverse.
Oh, yeah, so
Oh, this.
get a bucket of water.
So what was
Yeah, that's-
emailed to us is what's in this same version that's in this book,
I
right?
sure hope so. Yes, it should be, yes.
The reason I'm asking that is I'm thinking of leaving this binder here and then, and you will be, when you,
Wherever they are, I'll find them and we'll update them. And if you have them with you, I'll have copies. And I generally, sometimes, depending on who it is, I'll say, hand me a binder and I'll update it with the sheets.
The only problem in line is that you need a chiropractor after a
well,
while.
what I,
You can rotate, show you how to rotate that, yeah.
Oh,
Up top, there's a little arrow that kind of goes.
so really?
yeah, so what I was trying to do is just leave it so it was easy
Sure.
for you, and then
Yep.
when my guess is that your practice is when we deal with it, you attach it like we did this time.
Yeah, so what'll happen is generally you'll save that in the back there. And then if you approve today, I'll open up the next item, which is the commissioner budget. And so the next time we go to review that, and I present that to you, all those numbers will slide over. Well, I'll show you,
Slide over to the column
to the
spreadsheet.
column we're working on. Yep,
Okay.
yep.
I see, yeah.
Okay, Andy, before you start though, gentlemen, Paul, we have this discussion every year. And we've never really had a process where we follow it, but it's this whole notion of, do we start before we start reviewing any of these and decide what we want to give for a COLA? Or do we go through all of this, see what it looks like for the total without an increase and then decide the COLA? Because there's benefits both ways, there's detraction both ways, but for me, it skews the number at the end if you have to add couple $100,000 for COLA. You know what I'm saying? If you knew that up front, you could kind of gauge that as you went through. And it, like if we had a COLA right now for Andy, and we knew what the COLA was, it tells us today what those numbers are going to look like, as opposed to trying to compute, you know, a range of 2.5 to 5 or whatever. So that's the discussion. And we've never done it any one way religiously, but fun with it every year.
So what's being presented here?
There's no increase on COLA, right?
Yep, there's a 3% COLA in
You're proposing 3% now?
I proposed, yep, I'm proposing 3%.
Yeah, that was in, so I saw that number somewhere.
Yeah.
Probably in a no.
And I've said this before in the past and whatnot, the only problem with that is that somehow that becomes. I mean, we keep talking 3%, you know, and.
Yeah, but they're not just, when they're preparing their budget, they're not just looking at that COLA. That's just an assumption we're making.
This
aggregate.
This 3% didn't come from the department, it came from you, right?
Correct.
Yeah, this is just the department head's request. This is a number that Scott arbitrarily put into this to help us get some ballpark figure as to what it's gonna look like. Again, my problem is that towards the end of this process, if we never have a discussion about COLAs, 3% tends to be the number. Geez, you proposed 10% back in July. I mean, 3% back in July. But nevertheless.
So can I recommend this, is that because we really did discuss that topic that we had talked about earlier with Kitty here, not that she needs to be here on this one, but eventually it will roll into her. Go through Dennis and Andrews and Dennis's budgets right now, and then we go back to this subject afterwards, so that, and then I'll give my little spiel on this.
I'm not sure I'm following it, till we have a real live example and stuff there.
Well, the topic I started to give a brief review on early with regards to our funding kind of taking care of the COLA and blending into the budget.
That's gonna be an extensive process. It's too bad to make these gentlemen wait for that. So I agree with that. Perhaps we just
Right.
go through the, and these are pretty,
Because I don't think my 3 is enough. And that's what I've done historically, is told the group, oh yeah, 3 is fine. 3, you're good at it. If you, yep. But this year I, based off of contractual numbers, I don't believe 3 is enough to address a problem that's going to develop, but that's a later discussion.
so if you want to leave 3 in as just a guide to help
Right.
us understand what the ballpark number is, that's fine. Understanding that, anyways,
I think I just gotta go with the flow here. Because I'm down the learning curve.
Because there's a little curveball there that, and not to give, but in Dennis's presentation, Dennis, as department head, has asked for something different than the 3%. So his number is in there. But again, I think you're right. And that's why I think it's a great, if you're fine with it, let's go through the process so that you can grasp it.
Yeah.
And which I have no doubt will be immediate.
I just shared with Scott the headline. Ellsworth American today, Jackson Lab starting May $18.
when we build them at 50 in the low income housing, they're gonna grab every one of them. Okay, so gentlemen, I guess we're gonna go through EMA budget, understanding that when we get to personal services, there's a 3% COLA built in. Okay. Then let's start with revenues. Who's taking the lead on this discussion?
Andrew, go for it. If you need help, I'll.
Sure, so our budget remains flat, and as you know, you will see that we have revenue comes back to us that is approximately 50% of our expenditures. That is through the EMPG program.
And you understand that EMA gets half of their funding back from the state. Okay,
Which is federal dollars that the state has to pay.
and something to do with that report we signing in this morning and so on, but
It's one of the two main funding sources for us.
So if you look at his total expenses, 221,917, you take half of that, that's 111 he's projecting for revenue in that first line, the match, he calls it.
111,406.
Okay, you got that. That's half of which number?
Total expenses, 221,917.
No, it's actually half of it is, but that number on the expense side will fluctuate, so. At the end, it may change a little bit at the end, but 111,406 is in there, that's to let us know that that's the max. So we don't exceed that.
Okay.
So he's like.
So it isn't 50%, it's a not to
So it
exceed
is 50%, but it,
50% of what?
The most we're going to get back is that 111,406.
So if we had $225,000 expenditure, he still wouldn't get he wouldn't get 50%. I see.
correct.
So say that, so my question was this, and I think you just answered it. Why would you not, that 222,812,
912, or 917?
no, the 222,812, which is the 2021 budget's the third page.
Mhm.
Since the number on page 1 is derived from that number, why would we not?
So that 111, so the 111,406 has been fixed for, I want to say, about 6 years now.
Okay, so that's a fixed number, that's not actually half of the budget.
Correct.
Okay, I get it.
Correct.
It was this year.
Only because our expenses are so far lower. However, we are on a state fiscal calendar, so we're always a quarter behind. So our funding year for these purposes close out the end of April.
So is the 111 based upon their fiscal year, not ours?
Correct.
In any event, gentlemen, we're going to pay.
And then, excuse me, and then just to carry that a step further, the third factor is that the state is then subservient to the federal fiscal budget, which ends, right.
So if we have any number, gentlemen,
So the revenues is not even up for discussion, that is what it is.
It is, that's correct.
it's only up for discussion if we drop the expenditures below $222,000. We drop the expenditures below 220, he's only going to get 50% regardless.
Correct.
There's a max of being that amount.
And that's based on a formula that is frankly very arbitrary in theory, our population and so on, which, doesn't really reflect our paper population is 54,400 people. How many here in Hancock County today?
Yeah.
So some issues with it, as do my counterparts throughout the state. So we're working with them to try to see that adjusted.
Okay, back on the revenue page, and the revenue, Paul, for the insurance is the employee's contribution. They pay a portion of that, so that's where that 6760 comes from. So gentlemen, we have a proposal of 118,166 for revenues. Are we taking action today? How do we usually do this?
I'm trying to remember.
We've done it differently over the years,
I
but
don't think at this point, not until, well, you can, but if you do individual departments, then it comes to the end. I think last year you waited till the end because you wanted to see what the final look was, but unless there's a specific line item that you disagree on.
so we don't need to do general consensus. In other words, this is the number, and if you have a suggestion, we can change that number, but we're just gonna.
Well, we could take action on change. Somebody could move, let's say I think it should be cut 50% or something, I'd have to make a motion.
No, I think that's the difference. Today, we're just helping them develop a proposal for us to take action on later.
Okay.
So if you see something because what's gonna happen is that sometime between now and November, something's gonna happen, Andy's gonna come to us, I need to change this number. And I mean, so I don't think there's any reason to take action on this thing. We just have to take action again, so.
I typically don't do that.
I shouldn't say you, but that happens.
It can happen. So from my perspective, the process really is getting through the BAC who next, and then the reconciliation between BAC and your final.
As Scott said, at some point, we will vote on what proposal we want to send to the VAC and after we see everybody's budget. So, because if the total number is too much, I mean, we may come back to Andy and say we need to cut some. So anyways.
Yeah, last year I have a note here that says wait until the end, no vote, wait until the end.
Right, okay. So gentlemen, that's the number in revenue. Unless somebody wants, unless we have suggestions for change, if not, let's go to the expenditures. And again, the manager and the deputy manager reflects a 3% increase, as I see here.
Yes.
The employee cost, have we gotten any indication of what the rate's gonna be for health insurance? 22, Scott?
No, but we're good until through June of 22, until July. Remember, they're on a fiscal year, July to June, so
They've given us that.
the amount I budgeted, I believe, is a 5% increase, so for half a year, if they went up 10%, that would cover it. I think I applied the same thought process as we did last year, and we were pleasantly surprised last year.
So, what's the health insurance based on the increase? It's not 42, right?
But it's based, well, the health insurance is based on the census. I believe you had a census change, Andy.
Oh, you have one less employee down there, 22, you had
Correct.
21. Yeah, I get you. Gentlemen, any question, comments, concerns, or suggestions for changes on employee cost? Employee expenses are identical to 21 budget.
Yeah, I think in uniform, was
Postage,
postage went up a little bit, right? Yeah.
10002. We have a anticipation for 2 large certified mailings that we're going to be sending out. So I know that we're going to need some extra postage there. So I took that from $50 to $100. And then fuel, 10200. I requested, Scott, that we bump that back up to 5,000 just because of the trend with gas price. You've made out pretty well with that the last couple of years.
So our actuals here, Scott, don't reflect true actuals.
In the 21 actuals estimated?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's whatever's in, because you have from January to June. So essentially it's time to, and the formula is more convoluted than that, because if it's not June, then, but. Well, so right now, and so let's go with gas. Yeah, I've got 451 in Trio right now, a $4,700 budget, so double that, that's 901. But if you look at the 5-year average, his 5-year actuals average is just a shy over 1,700, 1,706.
So why does he have a $5,000 budget?
So in years past, we had considerable more fuel expenses, again, just based on the price of gas.
Why doesn't that reflect it here?
It was, well, we've had pretty good gas prices for, yes, 3-4 years, 5 years.
They did.
Well,
They didn't
5
cut it
years.
40% though.
No, I'm not, no.
But also in the last year, didn't have many meetings to travel to. There was no Augusta trips, there was no.
So you're saying that's what skews that 5-year?
Well, it can't have that much effect on 5 years.
Well,
I mean, if he had,
No, I agree with the question. I think honestly overall that it's always been, well, whatever's actually spent is reimbursed 50%. So therefore the budget has never really been scrutinized. I mean, that line has been, last year you awarded 4,700. Well, that $1,700 average, that wasn't far off last year. So
the
it's never been.
50% doesn't enter in on the expenditure side.
You know, what I'm saying is that attention is probably historically hasn't been drawn to the budget because whatever's in there, whatever's actually spent, it adds to the assessment. But whatever is actually spent is reimbursed 50 cents on the dollar, so. You asked the question why $5,000 and he's only got a $1,700 spending average, right? Well, same question last year. $4,700 budget was approved, but he probably wasn't far off that $1,700 average. So
So
you
why
just,
are we approving a $5,000 expenditure for a $1,700 5-year average?
that's the end question.
And why are you asking for $300 more to make it 5,000?
Again, just because of rising gas prices.
Yeah, but you haven't spent 17, you spent on the average $1,700 a year.
So I see where this discussion is going. So really a more realistic number would be, you know, you can't use that 1,700 5-year average, you know, because of some of the reasons that he's talked about, but that number could very easily be 2,500 or 3,000.
Sure,
Step 5.
2017, 1,900, 2018, 2,500,
Yeah,
2019, 2,100,
yeah, so that,
2020, COVID, 992. So,
so that number should probably be, my estimation, 3,000.
yeah. Or,
Let's back up a minute. Is your 50% or $111,000, is that a given based upon your budget, upon your actual expenditures?
What's our budget?
On your
Oh,
budget.
so that's one of the reasons why this should be 5,000.
So if you had 5,000 in there and only spent 1,700, you'll get $2,500 back.
Yeah.
And this line item
No.
was prior bundled with travel and mileage. And it was split out some years ago, and that's how we wound up with that $5,000 in fuel.
hang on a second, no, I think the answer to your question is no, he wouldn't get, if you only spent 1,700, you'd only get half of that, right?
But our,
But hold on, let me finish, because what happens is the total, so if you go over on another line item, that will allow you to
But
absorb.
the answer to
that
the
in-
question is, it's based upon actual expenses, not on
Yes.
the budget.
Yes,
Okay, so we should be budget, like, that number should be 3,000.
yes, but in order to protect yourself, because some budget line,
Yeah,
you want to keep the bottom number at 222 or as close to.
Yeah, if you're gonna scrutinize that number, you gotta scrutinize, if you're gonna be real about that
Right.
number, you gotta be real about the other number.
Right,
we make it a goal to never send back any money.
Bless your heart.
right. Well,
Just to save planning.
Good goal.
Yeah.
but on the other side of that, I mean, on revenues, which is, that's what the revenue is, a significant portion of the revenues is based on the reimbursement, so it's on expenditures. Your 5-year average is 95,000.
Something's not wrong. Something's wrong here, because his actual for 2019 was 197,000. So for 2020, he shouldn't have got 111,000.
That's why I asked the question I did very early on.
He shouldn't have got 111,000 if his only for 2017 was 197,000 in 2020. He shouldn't have got 111,000 in 2021.
So the way that worked was we had the opportunity to recapture that money. And we did that through part of our RCC project.
Right, some of that, it gets a little bit convoluted.
It's a lot complicated.
So we'll repeat what your question was, because you're saying that,
I'm saying that I'm having trouble accepting the fact that the 50% is based upon actual expenses. When actual expenses were 197 for 2018, you still got 111,000.
So that grant award that we get is based on the budgeted amount. If we fall underneath that, we have the opportunity to recapture that balance. However, we still have to have a 50% match component.
Do you agree with that?
2019, you only get 88,787.
Got what?
88,787 in 2019.
Oh, I thought you said earlier this was a 5-year average or something like that. You've been getting the same amount for 5 years or something.
That's the budget. That's the max that we can be reimbursed. So if we can get, as Andy says, you don't want to leave any money on the table, but we do. We put a budget together. He doesn't always meet those full budgets, just like with gas. But say health insurance went crazy on us and health insurance went over by 20,000. He's then able to use that to help get some of that extra if, as long as we stay below the 222.
Well, why don't we just go to the department totals and approve an amount for $222,812? You make the numbers work. I mean, why aren't we doing that?
I think that's what essentially that's what he's done. The only reason we didn't max out this year, because I've given him a warning, which is the later discussion, there may be some adjustments to payroll that push it over that. So you may come back and look at that fuel line and go, okay, well, we need to reduce it to 3 because I gotta find some money somewhere to get that down below 222.
But right now, we've got it.
Right now, you're just a shy under it, which is essentially what you said. That's what he's presenting.
Just trying to figure out it almost feels like we should deal with these things as we're going. And then rectify it, you know, at the end, as opposed to leaving it alone, because we're gonna forget this discussion.
Well, the problem for you is right now is it's too bad that this is the first department we look at because you're not going to apply this process to any other department. I shouldn't say any other. UT is going to be, no, that's a different. Anyways, because
I think that's
the bottom line is that we should have a number that's 222. I mean, that's $222,812 at the end, close to that number. So, and that's, so don't look at 5-year averages, don't look at anything except the bottom line.
Get you.
You do?
I do, it's not deriving out.
Well, it's not something you've ever dealt with at a municipal level.
No.
So,
And I assure you, I squeeze every drop out of the tournament that I can to make sure that we get our.
and that's the other thing is that stop scrutinizing it. It's been scrutinized right to death by Andy.
Okay, so.
This is, he's maximizing the.
Yeah,
His revenue.
And really, these are small, you know, that change from 5 to 3 sounds like a lot on that line, but in the total budget, it's not.
It doesn't, it's
It doesn't material effect.
It's a case where you can't take his 5-year average and make that work. It doesn't work.
So Ted, you're looking at me for a response. My honest response is it's all taxpayer money, regardless how it's sourced or reimbursed. And that's the way I address it. You know, responsibly and, yeah. I'm obligated professionally to make sure that what's allocated to Hancock County gets spent for Hancock County. And that's really my driving.
But aren't you building your reserves every year?
Defer to Scott on that. No, we are not.
No, because the clipboard money went away. That was the big reserve.
Right.
He's still got
A couple $100,000 reserve.
So.
Why do you grin when I say that?
So, just to back up. I'm looking at these expenses. I'm not seeing a capital improvement program.
for EMA specifically.
Yeah.
There isn't one. For the overall campus, that's probably more on the maintenance one.
They rent from us. That's one of the ways we get people.
So
we pay a usage fee, we don't pay.
But you've got.
There was a vehicle line, but there's other funding sources for that currently. So his vehicle has been taken care of.
But he's got like computers and copiers and that kind of thing.
Those have all been shifted. Those, instead of doing those as carte blanche, like you said, the new plan is being developed through IT.
Okay. So, okay,
And there's a missing piece here that you don't see, and that are devices, right? Anything that we can shift from this 50% reimbursement to 100% reimbursement, we've done. So there's a bunch of equipment and things like that that we get reimbursed
So you don't need a
100%
CIP.
rather than 50%.
So you don't even list those as expenditure or
That's
something.
correct.
You just get that money directly.
Those are paid 100% through Homeland Security. And our average monthly for data is, it's about $1,700 a year. So,
So Andy's department is certainly not atypical of what you're going to see from this budget process.
So it sounds like we just need to move on.
That's what I think we need to.
I appreciate your patience. I don't want, I'm uncomfortable. I don't want to give the impression that I'm somehow obfuscating or, you know, there's something unsaid or unanswered. So if you have any questions, I'm more than happy to answer it for you or give you additional details, maybe offline. You know, to explain the programs and how we're funded and how it's reimbursed and all that sort of, the mechanics of it all. We can get a little muddy, no question.
Yeah, I mean, if his health insurance hadn't gone down as a result of the census, then he would have been over. There's like a $6,000 difference there, so he'd have been over, so we would have been scrutinizing that line, getting back to the 222.
So the gas might have been 3,500 instead of 5,000.
Right.
That's so you see, it has nothing to do with that expense. It has to do with the bottom line. Andy, thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate it. Thank you for your time again earlier. Very grateful.
Jesus, so good that you could come on. Yep,
Yes,
it's very nice having me.
I sent it to his boss and announced it. It made its way to Dr. Shah and the CDC director. So,
Very well, cool.
yeah, thank you.
Thanks, sir.
All right, Dennis,
Mr. Harris.
did you bring lunch, Dennis?
I could arrange it. Yeah, the door lock. No, I didn't change the door lock.
Okay.
I think
Well, I
maybe your
can-
keys got a bad card or
Yeah, we'll
something.
check it out.
Yeah, let me get a look at it.
Yep.
So I know, make sure I have one that works.
So we'll start with the court lease or one of the records.
Revenue?
Speaking of court lease, have you heard, first of all, the legislature approved transferring funds for,
Yep, I watched it.
they did. How long ago was that? Weeks ago?
Yeah, I'm thinking it must, well, I think it was, yeah, it must have been like end of June.
So have we heard any discussion next door or any,
I have not.
you haven't heard anything?
No, yeah, no.
I haven't heard anything from Mrs. Foster now.
But on that topic, when Dennis and I were talking about, because this number is, the state static, is based off of the contract that, and the current agreement, lease agreement that ends this August, end of August.
Right.
So I'm asking to reach out to, I forget his name now, not Lesnar. Oh, I can see his face. Well, anyways, the courts, and figure out what we, what we may want to do from there. Oh my gosh, what,
Listeners,
it wasn't Glusner, it's, yeah, kind of.
yeah,
maybe
Ted Listener.
That's not who we deal with when we talk about the rent.
No, it's Shawthorne?
Tenthorn, Jeff, yes, Jeff.
Jeff.
He's gone.
Oh, did he
He's
retire?
retired, yes.
Oh, okay, so it must be somebody new that we have.
Yeah.
So anyways,
That's why I said.
well, we're gonna see what we can, yeah, I've checked around, Dennis and I talked, and I've checked around with some other counties, in comparison.
Is there really any negotiation? Or they just-
Never has been.
They tell you what they're gonna pay, take it.
Well, last year I said, I got it going, and we got more than I thought.
Yeah.
Actually, we got what I asked for, and I'm like, yeah, we should ask for more. But, I don't wanna give away negotiations.
Yeah, the process is very, very arbitrary.
Yeah.
And it seems to differ from county to county based on what they have or use for resources. So like, we talked with the manager of Worcester County, who has a different type of arrangement.
Yeah, his number was well below ours.
But I don't know if it includes the same number of square feet.
It doesn't apply the same principle, no. And then down in Cumberland, I got a reply, well, their number is quite a bit larger than us. But they're also getting, parking space rental and this, and the caveat here for us is that they're short timers, hopefully. They're not gonna be here much longer. So I don't know how much leverage we get, but we're gonna try and get something.
Yeah, we'll see if we can move that up a little bit, that 51,950.
Yeah, typically it's been, 5, 10, 15 cents a square foot.
Well, you Increase it by $50.
And I think that's because the new calculation included the new rate for the whole year.
Because it
The old, because
begins
it's
in
where it ends,
August,
right?
yeah, or
Right.
ends in end of July or something. That agreement. So we're gonna put a little increase in the
Yeah.
square footage rent. See what we can come up with, and we know it's a finite arrangement at this point. They'll be seeking orders elsewhere in some way or fashion. How much they're offering to seek to stay here, I don't know of any, but probably some. But how it takes shape, we've asked about it, if they have a concept going forward. Their answer is no. Just not this campus. Long story short, we had a site survey to see if we should build on and improve our courts. They determined no, we can.
There's like three options in that. Building on here was the least favorable option. Best option was line roof next to the second best.
Oh, yeah, well, I remember, I saw
Okay.
that presentation, but I'm looking at this number, thinking, wait, that's a bargain.
Yeah, it is. It-
Always has been.
But their concern is flow patterns. Yeah, right now, we have incarcerated people walking by the judge's door to get to a hearing. And they just, bells go off.
It's a different situation though, because back in the early 70s and whatnot, they passed a law that we had to negotiate, and give courts space. Mike Bovich actually negotiated for the county an agreement with him. So basically, the space they own now is by statute.
The Superior Court, we give them for nothing.
Right. Yeah, they don't pay for the entire space.
It's pretty tough to lower the rule for more money when they're holding all the cards, but.
Yeah.
So let's move on. Office rent is like EMA.
Yes, that's the reimbursement we talked about.
Is that the only rent?
Uh,
Do we get
yes.
rent from, drug court's still going?
Yeah. we
Is
give them
it still
that
there?
space. Yeah,
Do they pay rent? No.
Not that I'm aware of.
We,
that's a cooperative with the courts. Courts approve that sentencing option, and so we give them that space.
who's the director up there? Who's the case manager?
No, Diamond's still, Dr. Diamond is still.
The case manager.
Oh,
Holly something,
still,
I think so.
yeah. I haven't heard much activity lately.
So
No,
office
I
rent
don't know.
EMA is less than $100 a year. $100 a month.
No, it's about 900, comes up to 8,000.
Oh, wait, excuse me, less than $1,000 a month.
Pretty good deal.
Very good deal.
Well, that's
Well,
one
there-
of those again that falls within the 222. So
Well, my point is, why isn't that more realistic?
prior to that, there wasn't anything. And that's kind of something that,
Yeah,
that I brought in to say, can we, same thing with IT.
But, I mean, the point I'm trying to make is, shouldn't that reflect the market more so? Because if it did, we would be getting it back at 50% reimbursement.
They have to
we could
decrease
send
something.
the over to
in the
222
budget.
pretty easy.
I mean, that gas account would go from 5,000 to 2,000. If you added
But
3,000.
you could do that if you reduce. Yeah, that would be a conversation. If you reduce the fuel, that would give you a couple $1,000s more to put towards rent, that would increase that. But to a market level, I don't.
Yeah, because he only rents, it's under 600 square feet. Although he does use yard space and.
Well, it's not that I'm looking to charge him more, it's that I'm trying to get reimbursed more. Right?
You're not gonna get any more than
And then,
111,000.
yeah, right, so that just max, so you just move it from line
Yeah,
item.
that,
No, well, we're not gonna get any more than 111,000 because that's what we show for the expenses. If we show more expenses, doesn't that 111, then how is that
maybe
determined?
eventually.
That's the maximum amount. I don't know how they determine.
So
that.
they have some formula.
Periodic
That's
reviews.
determined by the state, that goes through MEMA.
Okay, so I.
That's why I said they get federal money, so that's part of his battle right now that I know he'd be glad to talk to you about is that after the state, all this money that comes down, there should be much more money could be allocated to the counties, but it's not. By the time they get done with their cut and all their little shenanigans that
Okay.
it comes down to, but yeah.
So none of that number dictates excuse me, none of that reimbursement number is derived from our budget in any shape or form. It's the opposite.
That's the tail wagging the dog.
Yeah, you kind of back it into,
I got
yes,
it.
yes.
I got it.
But at the same
I thought you
token,
got that earlier, because
Well,
I saw the
I-
grin on your face there. I said, well, he's finally figured out that the budget is driven to the reimbursement, not to.
No, I understood on the short. Yeah, okay, I get it. That, and that number for rent is in that.
Exactly right.
that's not to say that we couldn't take a look at that, because even though the budget remains the same, you can change the budget, the actual expenditures are not exceeding the 111.
And
Haven't for a
we
while.
have done. We haven't looked at this for probably
But
3-4 years.
I think the chair's suggestion is why go through that because it's fixed.
Well, because if he has a $5,000 gas budget, only spends 2,000, where's the other 3,000 go at the end of the year?
Right, it's not coming to us, because that's what I told you, his average, when he was talking about that 5 year or whatever, it's been the same number for 5 years, that's the 111,406.
But,
That's the budget number that he's been stuck with.
but where does the 3,000 unspent go? Does he get to keep that?
No.
Where does it go if his money's left over? Back to the state?
So if it's not spent, it goes into, well, you have the revenue to offset that. So it depends, if the revenue matches it, then 50 cents on the dollar would go towards the undesignated. Of actual expenditures, not budget. No, sorry, yes, not the budget, yes.
So if he has a $222,000 budget, of which he gets 111,000 back, he only spends 200,000. Leftover 22,000, does that go back, or does that go into reserve or undesignated fund balance, or what?
Where in this instance, the extra 11,000, half of that amount. Does it go back to the state? No.
No,
I
because
lost, say the question again.
I'm just wondering where the leftover money, unspent balance goes at the end of the budget year for.
From the 111 to what he actually spent?
No,
Or-
never mind the 111. He's got a $222,000 budget.
Right,
And he only spent, we'll say hypothetically, he only spent 200,000, he had 22 left over, unspent. Where does that 22 go?
right, so you wouldn't get reimbursed for that, you assess the taxpayers that, and so that should flow undesignated,
Is undesignated, or the county's undesignated?
counties undesignated.
And traditionally, has that go back to his, have we decided, voted?
No.
No?
So that's why it's almost a.
That's another windfall.
Yeah, now, but let's say that, to take Bill's question a little further, let's take that 222, right? And we'll call it 200. So there's a gap of 22 that went back to undesignated. What about the 11,000 or the half of that 22 from the state? Do we not get that?
Yeah, you never got it.
Okay, so therefore only 11,000 went to undesignated, not 22.
Because we were short on revenue. We would have been short on revenue. In other words, if we only spent 200,000, we're only going to get 100,000 back from the state. So there's 11,000 short on revenue.
Unless he recaptures through another job. With qualifying.
Well,
That's
I'd have to sit back and take, because even though you've assessed that, so it's a different pot, I'm gonna stick with my 22, because you've assessed that. You've charged the municipalities.
But we
The
just,
revenue coming back
is less.
would reduce it to 11.
Yes,
Net
you're
side.
absolutely, right.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm not saying that will complete, because after I go, it's not often, but I'm
mixing the two
trying to
pots.
run that in my head and going,
I'm mixing the two pots. One of them is on the revenue side, one on the expense side. 22 went, we had a revenue shortfall of 11,000.
but that's not an unrealistic hypothetical, because in 2019, he only spent $197,000.
so you are actually correct, because you gotta bring in that other piece of the shortfall in the revenue. So yes, it is 11,000 that goes to, yes,
But through two accounts.
when you,
One's a 22, one's a short.
Right. Because as I say, you never received that revenue, so yes, it would be half. Essentially, half of his expenditures under the 222 goes back to undesignated.
So that's why we need to charge them more rent.
And yeah, I think you, yeah, because yes, you'll be getting back that 50 cents on the dollar theoretically. Yeah. Because it's your actuals, you can turn around and charge more, and actually get it.
Yeah.
Because at the end of 2022, he doesn't spend 222,000. Shame on us for not taking that, increasing the rent, so he did spend 222,000.
I think we should increase the rent here, so we never get in that position. Now, what that,
Let me talk to him and see what, because I remember rent was a little bit of an issue at first with MEMA, but let me,
okay, well, I don't,
because then there are, you don't MEMA, well, there are qualifying conditions to how the offices, I mean, he's not in the best location, so.
no,
Yeah, let me talk to him.
yeah, I am,
Okay.
I'm just throwing that, I'm not saying it's possible, I'm just saying that's one play, otherwise we're leaving money on the table.
Yeah, if he doesn't spend $222,000. Let's move to expenses, gentlemen. Now, despite the 3% that Scott has applied to all departments, Dennis is asking for a 7.5% increase, which would bring him from 57,680 to 62,000.
Yes. And my reasoning here is that as a appointed exempt department head, I'm the lowest paid. And if even with this raise, I still be the lowest paid. Appointed exempt department.
We used to have a page in here years ago where we had the department heads' salaries listed. We don't do that anymore. Huh?
You got the old one there?
I got 21.
21?
21 in front of me. I don't see that.
I don't ever recall. There was a few department heads that are, it was like the elected officials.
Oh, maybe that's what it was. In any event, looking at other department heads, EMA 21 was 63.5, 63.6. RCC department head 65. This is, we said probate deeds. Even deeds and whatnot, 53,000.
So the next,
So the number 62 is based upon his request,
Yes,
his request.
Yeah.
Okay.
3% would have been 59,410. I would, here's my thoughts. It needs to be addressed, and I'm not so sure it's by what Dennis stated, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's necessarily the ranking, but the number. I mean, if you achieve that number, I think you indicated you still felt as though when you looked at it, you would still be the lowest paid department.
I still feel.
So that kind of takes me back to our next conversation, which I think quite honestly, depending on how that comes out, may address it.
Well, wait a minute, it's not the lowest paid department yet. You
Appointed exempt, I meant.
Appointed, yeah, non-elected.
Appointed exempt, yeah.
appointed exempt mean he's appointed by the commission.
But, yeah,
And
yeah.
exempt is,
Promoted.
It's a salary.
The Maycam salary thing, would the maintenance director be in that?
Yep.
We gonna get that soon, you think?
I think so. I think so.
We have a they're doing the survey.
Yeah, that's how.
And I'd like to see a survey before we really get into this, whether making a decision on whether or not we want to do this.
Well, and it sounds like there's another subject coming up that may
Have something to do with
have
it.
something, it sounds like the two may be intertwined and I'm not figuring it out yet, so. Employee expenses down below here, you know, Medicare, retirement, all that stuff. That's spread out over your whole department.
That's right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's the number. I'm not gonna make a decision on that today. We need to hear more.
If you need more information, then
Deputy manager.
Sure.
That's,
David?
that's Dave.
Dave? You're not, you didn't separate out your shift leader there or whatever you call it.
No, and I wondered about that. And Scott did make the adjustment, but within the regular payroll services. And that was a 4,900 increase, something along those lines for him, in which we took out of the part-time scheduled piece, which allowed us to raise the regular part-time a little bit and also raise the overtime amount a little bit to keep that pretty well the same figure.
We could insert that as a number 120, that shift leader there, and separate his pay out of it. I know it's extra work, but I remember we approved that
yeah, I do, but why?
because you could identify that individual specifically in the budget if you wanted to talk about increases or we wouldn't give a 3% to some of the regulars, 4% to some others. We'd give a standard adjustment to all of them. But if we want to do something specific to the shift leader, now you got to put your regular line and make an adjustment to one individual.
One part of 4 parts.
So, I mean, that's, you could, that's really.
Yeah, I'm always trying to simplify things, not.
Yeah, me too,
expand them, But
and I do,
but I get it.
and I've come a long ways to help simplify this, but this is just one line. You made the position this year, we approved that position this year, I mean, it's just like detective, you wouldn't throw it in the patrol division.
You agree with that, Scott?
It's whatever you want.
I'd like to see it separated out. Sean? You remember the decision we made, that shift supervisor?
Yeah.
Yep.
Guess it just, yeah, it's separated out, so.
Do what? You say yes or no? Yep.
I'm ambivalent.
Okay, John would like to, I'd like to, so if Scott, in your free time, break that out.
And I would also point out, John, that personnel services total, even with these numbers presented, represents only a 3.45% increase.
Remember, Paul, that you could put a 3% COLA for the individuals. But because they're on a scale, they get a COLA plus the increase, maybe 10 up on the scale. That's going to increase the total personal services account. So that's why you'll see a 3.45, even if there wasn't a 7% request from Dennis. You'd see something on an increase over and above the 3%. Because some of the employees would jump up on the scale. So instead of getting the 3% COLA, they'd also get the other 3.5% step increase. Anything further with regards to the personal services and the employee costs?
What's happening with on the overtime? Are we going? We're going up by 1,500.
Yeah, what we found there, John, is that we've been keeping the same figure, which means as salaries increase, we can use fewer and fewer hours. And especially the last year and a half, almost all of our overtime is COVID related, and it's just, we're doing what we have to do at this point. I'm still showing a black, in the budget overall, but this particular line, we're well over even at this time, as you can see.
How are you guys handling maybe we talked about it, I just don't get the good right now. So how is it getting budgeted for you doing the services over at the airport?
What we're doing is that every hour that our employees work at the airport, Leroy pays for his budget. He pays the payroll. Isn't it? Isn't it?
So there's some, it still rolls through your department, but there must be a reimbursement.
Yeah, I just think Pam's,
I think it just gets charged off to the airport.
3 hours X, under E, 40, whatever it is.
So that's how, will that
The
be
revenue isn't being shown though.
airport budget, like an increase in, or some kind of?
No, we haven't, do we consider that revenue?
No, it's not revenue, it's
No,
being
it's not.
paid out of it, so
Right.
it's not.
Yeah.
We're not, so my statement was incorrect.
Wait a minute, you're not paying. You're charging 38 hours of that Jeff's time to maintenance and 2 hours to the airport?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Something like that. I think it's more hours. than
I think
that.
during the week,
It's
they're
6,
going down.
9
The
hours.
part-time.
Hypothetically, I'm saying, in other words, an employee that goes to the airport, some of his pay is charged to the maintenance and the other part is charged to the airport
That's right.
directly?
If it's on, if it's on the weekend, yes.
And the weekend is sometimes overtime.
But Jeff,
Whatever time is charged directly. So,
We're off their payroll line, is that right?
so is the payroll line for regular been decreased by the anticipated amount of being at the?
no, it's not gonna go on forever.
Yeah, we have determined this is probably not long-term. In fact, even if nothing occurs with their staffing, by the time their summer rush ends and their number of flights lessens, we won't be needed there. So this is temporary.
We've been using it to enhance our part-time. That's what really is going on.
Yeah, and if we've actually even talked about sharing resources in the future if it becomes feasible to do so. But the airport maintenance sharing a person, we can reallocate resources to help them for a bit and then use them here when we need it. So, which is the winter, This is what we usually.
True accounting though, should show the full cost of the employee charged and maintenance, and then they should show a revenue from the airport that offsets some of that, the work he did there. I mean, that's true accounting.
Well, I think he's doing it. I think he's accomplishing the same thing. My question is, the overtime, COVID related, you said, so could we, some of that,
I
can
think,
you recapture some of that?
yeah. I don't see any reason why not. We have already taken pretty significant steps to catalog that, so along with a bunch of other expenses we've cataloged over the course of the last year or so. That, I think, my understanding though is the way the ARP is presented, you don't have to, you can just pay it. And you're good, but, see, I don't know, that's above my pay grade, is to say. But yeah, it's been, if not COVID related, directly and indirectly, at least I would say. I think.
I didn't mean to go off on that.
Oh,
I heard that. I heard that statement.
Yeah, well, you're right. It's the way it's shaking out for us.
We may want to look at that overtime line again though, towards later, because you've already exceeded that amount.
Yeah.
Midway, is this?
I would say, I don't think it's typical. I think it's really,
Well, he said it was COVID
yeah,
related.
Yeah, but that's what I mean, when I say, look at that, can you tell Scott what it would be had not COVID been involved? I mean,
I'll look at it.
even his 5-year average is 3,500. So, I mean, that can't be COVID related, the 5-year average can't be more than 1 year.
Oh, no, but.
well, in the past, it's been shortfalls, haven't had help, brought in people to work, you're not fully staffed. So it is a bunch of different factors.
That's what I'm saying, though, we anticipate that's gonna change.
Actually, we're full staffed right now as of today, thanks to you guys.
This is a 22 budget. We're not sure what's gonna happen 6 months to.
No, but that budget number, that 3,500 is consistent with the 5-year average. It's just the actual is what we're bumping.
And of course, that actual is COVID related.
Yeah.
That is a problem.
Yeah, that's what Dennis is stating.
Right.
Okay. All right, moving on.
Employee costs, as you can see, pretty
That's all related to how much money we want to pay, so.
right.
Employee expenses haven't changed.
I made a few requests for increases, almost always based on rising costs.
We're talking about supplies.
Yeah, mitigating supplies, cleaning supplies.
How do you think the yard and grounds would go up to that degree?
That is something that,
Is that because of not any help from the inmates?
true, yeah, we've had no inmate help, and we did end up, you'll see the averaging going up, because for a year we used Woods Lawn Care outside, and we've made personnel, our new positions really allowed us to do lawn maintenance ourselves again, so that's a big savings there, but,
Well, it's a big percentage increase, but,
and I'm also anticipating,
$1,500.
yeah, but I'm anticipating, what we get for snow removal contract, what percentage of that the jail's gonna be asked to pay again. In order for us to do projects outside landscaping, et cetera, we really have nothing left in the pot at the end of the year, so. And the yard is kind of suffering a little bit for it.
Had this been a more normal years for a snowfall, are we prepared to keep the tractor on campus?
Yeah, it's been a big help for us. Even this time of year, we're using it now to haul our mulch down around. And
Is it here?
it is, Millie just brought it back a few days ago.
So he's not supposed to leave them on campus?
No, when we need it, is, I mean, I sent a message to him, hey Miller, if you're not using it, we can use the tractor same day. He brought it over. So, and when he needs it again, he'll.
I'm
no fuel.
I'm concerned that for Dennis and I, because I use them too, but we may be sometime getting back to normal through gas trustees.
Yeah.
Even if the snow. Dennis relies on trustees to complete a lot of his outside work from the jail. They're approved trustees. And he has no less than 2 most of the
I
time.
like them too, yeah.
He has 2, down there, 40 hours a week. I mean, and he hasn't had those now for going on 2 years, a year and a half.
Okay.
That's driven up the cost of having to use it. But my point is that even if, of course, things are getting worse again, but even if they could cure this whole thing by December 31st, I think it was going to take months, if not another year or so, before they get up to the jail back to having. Because
I've had discussions with Tim.
Yeah.
And
A
he
phenomenon
says,
has developed, and the advocates for not jailing people rising now because they're saying, you made that happen when they had a COVID. Why are you going back to jailing these people when the COVID gets over? If you can make that work during COVID, why can't you make that work during normal times? And so it could be because trustees have to be minimum security, sentence minimum security. They've got to meet a criteria for, for safety reasons. And those are the people, the advocates are saying, you should find an alternative for these people. Probation, home confinement, and so on, instead of jailing them. And those are the people that the dentist depends on for this, and I depend on for the cemetery. And that's what we haven't had now for a year and a half. So I'm concerned that we're not going to get back to normal with this. And 22 could be just as bad for dentists as 21.
well, we're planning on the worst, hope for the best.
Yeah.
And that's reflected in here?
Yeah, it's.
Well, I'd like to look at it and say, well, Dennis, come on, we can take a couple bucks off here because you'll be back to normal. I don't think that's going to happen. Not in 22. I think we need to plan on Dennis not having any trustee held and
For another year.
having to go outside. The benefit you guys, you can find somebody to go work for you. I hired a lawn care company, it lasted 2 days, and sent their winter. I know, so nobody else will come on. So anyways, that.
Yeah, and that is probably aside from the heating fuels, the most significant increase that I asked for.
I mean, that 9750, whatnot, still isn't very far off the averages. So, I mean, those averages is 4 of those years are good years.
They're saying 5%, cost go up 5%, which is where I got that increase from, Scott. I decided to round it up to 9750. Because it's a clean number. But
Why, I'm moving ahead though, but down on water, why is that highlighted, Scott? It's 22, 20, it's the same numbers.
Yeah, because when I had talked to Scott about combining the sewer and the water to a single budget line, water and sewer, because they come in at sometimes vastly different amounts, as you're probably aware. The sewer bill's based on the water bill, but if I go up and, for instance, when I run the sprinklers up there, that's a lot of water going through. I'm gonna touch base with the city to make sure I'm not paying sewer for that. And so it can create a disparity, and it's this bill that comes, water is always lower than sewer. But they come together, they are the same.
Water's more than sewer? I thought it was.
Water costs less, no,
I thought sewer was 50% of your water usage.
it's 2.5% on the residential side. It's a little less on the government side, but
So here,
it's double sometimes.
the sprinkler system runs through the water main?
Everything does, yeah.
Really?
We have an entrance that comes into the jail up here and runs through a backflow preventer and a large meter. And it's analog meter, they read it over the air. And if we're dumping water like out of our sprinkler system, they'll give us a bulk rate knock off. Or if we're running a hose filling a huge tank or something, no reason to pay sewer for that. We'll get that measured out. And that's just one example of ways that they can be even more disparate than it is. But the real issue is that I'll fall behind, I'm gonna go over on the water line because of the usage, and I'll attribute it to the sewer line and try to make it so each comes out close to zero over the course of the year. And it says, why do that if I could just combine both of those at some point? It just seems like it would streamline that particular.
Scott, do you have any reason to not combine the two, or do you have a preference on it?
Just based generally, when we try to combine, it seems like we separate things more than combine,
Yeah.
so at this point.
I can see this saying like 2 years from now, going,
Right,
all right, why don't we have the water and the sewer separated? Let's
They
see.
do come as separate bills though, right?
They're on the same bill, but yeah, they're separate lines. They are.
They send you one bill with both,
One bill with both.
so it's not,
Yeah, and this isn't a make or break thing. It's just the reason we highlighted it, because I expressed that.
well, I mean, you can take the total amount, charge it to one account then.
Which is what I've done. That's how it sometimes gets a little wonky, but yeah, it's more of we're really wading into the weeds here.
I don't think that's a high level decision for us to make. I think if you and Scott can have a meeting of the mind on that, we wouldn't care.
Okay, good.
So I assume the electricity is going up because we have the increased heat pumps.
No, actually, our usage is going down.
So is it just cost?
It's costs. We're seeing average, well, the utility has had a little rate increase lately. And then the recent standard offer has nudged up to about 6.3 cents per kilowatt hour. And I don't see that going down too much in the near future. Energy production across the nation is everyone's put a marker in it, and they're not going below a certain number. Same with propane. We've had you'll see a little increase. We've enjoyed several years of just astonishingly low propane prices, and still quite low. I think the last bill was in the area of $1.65 a gallon, which is a phenomenally wonderful price, but it's ratcheting up.
Scott, significance of highlighting the number. You highlight some of these in yellow.
Yeah, usually it's because it's been increased, so there's a number there.
So if there's an increase and it's not highlighted, it's just. Right.
No problem, I get highlighted.
Oh, and so your intent was to highlight all increases?
Well, outside of payroll.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm just curious if you had a special intention to highlight some, not all increases. Okay. Big increase in the heating fuel for, that's all propane, right?
Propane. I hope we don't see that. I hope it settles down or we get back into the 125 range for price per gallon.
Is it all propane for Peter's building too?
Yeah, and electric. We have air heat pumps over there that in the fall and spring, that's what, it's electricity that heats those buildings.
Moving on to maintenance and repairs, gentlemen. One increase in the plumbing. Minor increase.
Yes, and that is, again, we're finding more and more of our aging pump fixtures, instead of being repaired, need to be replaced. And even though some of the cast iron piping, we're cutting out, replacing as it becomes problematic. Whenever we detect standing water sitting in a steel pipe, it's usually because it's hollowed out and worn a bit. And, rather than chase those around and poke a hole in it somewhere, which we don't ever want to do, we'll seek to repipe that now instead of just flush it clear and let it go. If we notice a defect, we want to take care of it. A lot of our plumbing fixtures are old, Sloan valves, which are in some cases 75, 80 years old. The judge's chambers are on this floor. That when we encounter that, you can't, there's no parts even anymore. So to fix the diaphragm in the judge's chambers, we can't do that. We have to get a new valve now, which is instead of $10 is now $250.
Moving down through, is that an average, somewhat of an arbitrary number for insurance, Scott? In other words, don't we pay a lump sum to risk pool and then we kind of divvy that up?
Good.
So I mean, it's, that can be whatever it's gonna be, right? We can decide what that is. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Did you put the 600 in there?
No, that's been there for ages.
So in other words, you
It was
probably,
400 last year.
Says 400 last year, it's gone up to 6, it's just,
I know, I've always known it to be 600 because it's under the same guise that we have to pay something, so it's a
that
contribution.
was my question, because of the increase, it's just,
Yeah, I just noticed that it's just, yeah, I mean, I don't think there's any reason it can't be 400.
No, I don't either. I didn't.
has it been 400 or you thought it was 600?
I thought it was
600.
Probably that came back on your sheet to me and just assumed it was 600.
Could be.
I plugged it in, didn't even notice.
Yeah,
Well, if you move that back to 400, then somebody else is gonna have to pick up the 200, right? Because we gotta pay the risk pool insurance bill, right?
Well, he's only allocated like on average 275, so.
or someone, yeah, if we struck the whole thing, someone would have to pay the 275.
Right, the whole thing was out of it.
Because I guess I don't understand what you just said, if. Why are we assessing 600 if he's only been 275 over the last 5 years?
That's a good question.
Okay, you can go lower if you want. But
Why?
I just went with 400 because that's what. Yeah,
I'm just curious as to why,
you want to go lower?
no, we're talking minuscule money, I'm just curious as to why it doesn't,
Because that number's probably, maybe I'm misunderstanding this, that you probably pay an amount and then you just divide it up between the departments, right? So if we mess with that number, that means we're affecting other numbers, which is just not worth doing, right?
That would affect the actual side.
do all the insurance, all departments equal the risk pool bill?
The actuals, yes. The budget, no.
No.
The budget is again, so he's got a 5-year average of 520. Obviously, it looks like last year we changed it to 400. Let's go back to 400. So up to 20 is 400.
He had a 5-year budget of 520, but he had a
Right.
5-year actual of 275.
Right. So 400 is more than enough.
Yeah, let's go back to 400. The service contracts are increasing, we understand that. So if there's no other question there, I want to talk about vehicle for a minute, Dennis. The vehicle you have now was made possible by the sheriff's department on a
That's
trade-in. And they're not going to have pickups again. So you're not going to be able to take advantage of that, which means that when and if you need to get a new truck, even if you buy a used one, you're going to have to get some cash.
Right.
And I think we should increase this amount to anticipate a new truck 3, 4, 5 years down the road. It gives him enough money to buy a decent vehicle. So this would have been suffice had the sheriff's office given him one of their old pickups at the trade-in price. This isn't going to be enough to go out and buy even a good used vehicle.
I think the one we have was still, we did a trade, a paper transfer of like 11,000 for it.
Yeah,
Is there anything in the reserve?
4750. See the note to the right, 4750.
Oh, that's all.
He's got less than 5,000 in there right now.
Where do you see that 47?
Way over the right, Scott's comments.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So,
So that's like a CIP account for that truck, that's what you're.
right, that's it. He salted some money away for purchase someday. So I think we ought to increase that to 4,000. And the problem with that, he's not going to wear it out. It's going to rust out. It's just going to.
Yeah, and that's happening right now.
It's because the vehicle was 6, 7 years old before you got it.
It was 2011.
11.
Well, doubling it to 4,000 still doesn't do it.
Well, I mean, all right, I made my pitch for more money. So how much do you think we ought to, so that Dennis can get a vehicle here in a couple more years? He's got 11 now. It's already 11 years old.
Well, Scott pitched an idea yesterday that's a pretty good one, which is to make it a capital expense.
Yeah.
Fixed reserve, where we could take the money out of the G account and then at that time establish a reserve figure that's adequate to replace on a, what do we say, 5 to 7 year, or 7 to 8 year basis.
I don't understand that concept. Whatever money we put in this account right now that we don't spend goes into his G account at the end of the year. Is that correct?
Goes into that vehicle maintenance account. So if he's got 4750 now, there's 2,000 in this year's budget that has not been moved yet.
Right.
So there's roughly 7,000. What I'm proposing, and we talked about this, was that he's gonna need a truck sooner than later. And so 2 options. One is if, 3 options. You can increase the budget as you proposed. 2 is to, whatever he's short, take out of the building maintenance fund, the big G account. Or 3 is to simply schedule a truck through the building maintenance account, the big G account, instead of having a separate vehicle account. And if you reestablished, so if you needed some money from that, then what you could do is you could figure out, so it's a $20,000 truck, it's gonna last, we'll say 5 years, you put 4,000 away each year. You're on a cycle of replacement.
What 4,000 would show up in his budget under the 70, and then it would be transferred into the G account at the end of the year.
You would maintain a separate vehicle account, yeah.
Yeah, as the G account, a separate G account. But as far as the budget is concerned, we need to address it in the budget, and that's something that you do later, as far as separate, the new, separate G account.
Yes, yeah.
So what numbers, Scott, do you think we should have?
How much long before you're gonna need a truck? We talked yesterday, I can't remember, did you say?
Within a couple of years.
So if you,
I'd say if we get through 22, 23 should be looking.
sometime in 23, you have so 2 more years on them. So if we have one of two choices, then we can increase this now to some number to help towards that purchase in 23.
Exactly.
Or as Scott says, we can simply leave this number and take the balance out of the courthouse maintenance cost. What's that got? 900,000. We still have $1 million.
It's got like a, it's not completely accurate or updated, but it's got like about a $70,000 surplus in it at this time. Meaning that all
Based on
projects,
windfalls.
all projects are paid for, plus around 75, 80,000.
Well, that's those projects. Some of those projects are 6 and 8 years down the road. Right?
Some,
Yeah,
So
even longer.
yeah.
Yeah.
why not, I know it's almost outside the budget process, but why not? Because we know that's something that we're gonna have to do, right?
Yeah, I'd say what discussion we had, it's,
Yeah,
so
so
they
why
sneaks
not
up on us
transfer
somehow.
that out into a vehicle account now?
You could, you just don't know how much you're gonna need. And there's plenty there. I mean, you could, if you sat down and figured out exactly where you need to be and exactly when you want to do it, you could transfer the difference and continue on.
And my only reason, again, green.
Yeah.
My only reason to do that is so that we have identified the need and we're addressing the need for, when things change up here, or, who knows?
Mhm.
That's my only thought. And then I do think that this number in this budget needs to be more reflective of, that expense needs to be, let's say it's a $20,000 vehicle that lasts 10 years, then it needs to be at least 2,000 a year.
This is a stupid question. I should know this, but we can't raise money directly to the G account. It has to go into a budgeted line and then be transferred later. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's essentially how the budget process is set up, yeah.
Right, so whatever money we want Dennis to have in the G account later, we need to put into his budget, correct?
Yes. The other option would be is you can always move monies from other G accounts. Or you could move undesignated, but you don't have a policy like this.
So we wouldn't be appropriating money directly to the G account. We'd have to come as a transfer out of his budgets and
General.
It's a general ledger account versus a revenue or an expense. It's kind of like a savings.
I'd like to talk about this as this is his checkbook and the G account's a savings.
Or his CIP is what I'm used to. Right, is that one of
So see, and one of the things we have here with the CIP is we had a heck of a lot of money in there and no plan to use it. So we
it's not
sat
really
down.
CIP then?
So, well, we do have a plan to use it now. It's just that, believe it or not, every project that we can think of 10 years out, like roof replacement, boilers, it's all paid for
Yeah,
right now. And there's still $75,000, $80,000 surplus in that account.
But Paul,
so you're dealing with it all together, and I'm used to dealing with it piecemeal. You're doing the same thing.
Yeah,
but Paul, there's more in the G account than just CIP.
Yeah. It's just out, yeah.
So, I mean, the sheriff's vehicle accounts, something like that. I mean,
some of those are separated out. So when you see the 70 series, like in this one, the 70-300 is called a reserve account. And then all the way to to the right on your sheet is under budgetary notes, is that G1-3012-70 maintenance vehicles. That 2,000, if he doesn't spend that, that goes into that account at some point in the year.
Have you seen the G account?
I have, but I don't understand. This is helping me understand.
Rebecca, any way you can just print out the G accounts?
I can't from here, but I can ask.
No, you
No,
don't
it's-
have to do that. I'm getting the concept.
We don't have those anyway, do we? We used,
Other than if you can get it.
back when we had a treasurer, we used to get that information every once a month. We can list of what was in the G account. And we'll start getting that again. So we kept the 2,000 in there. And essentially we can use the G account money to kind of cover this one that's coming up in 2 years.
That's the strategy right now.
Now for 7 years from now. So that we have something close to.
I would, well, based on what I think I'm hearing, I would leave it alone, not increase it. So see, say so, or you may want to increase it to like 3,000, but that doesn't have to be done this year. Because at some point, we agree that you're gonna need to take a transfer out of that account to help him buy the next truck. At that point, it's kind of reset. Then he can say, if you're at $3,000 and a truck lasts 7 years, which in maintenance it really should, if not longer,
That's 20.
that's 21,000. You know, you could take a look at it then and say, well, maybe it needs to be 3,500.
Yeah, and you're in the
But if you
ballpark.
leave it alone now, then you don't have to go from, that's why I think I heard you say to,
Well, yeah, I was
Take it
kind of
out.
saying like, this next one that comes up a year and a half from now, just take it all out of the G account, not even touch this vehicle account, let it build up, you know what I mean, like.
you could
Yeah.
consider that. I would rather see you reset, perfect time to reset. In 7 years, I want, so 21,000, so at me, I'm guessing the truck's probably a little more than that, so you may want to put like 3,500.
Establish a figure at that time.
And establish a new figure at that, and then if the truck goes 10 years, you don't need it till the 8th year, well, you've got the money.
But when you're talking about G, you're talking about buildings maintenance G account, right?
Yeah, like, yeah,
Yeah. So, but what Scott, I think, is suggesting though is that at some point we zero out the vehicle G account. Take the balance of what we need out of the courthouse maintenance.
In other words, when we buy it, we do that.
The next time we buy one.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And make that event, that opportunity
Yep.
to reset and increase the figure.
You know, and I think that we should increase this number for 22. The reason I say that is that we're not putting back into our courthouse maintenance account at the rate we're taking out of it. You know, we're not building it
For a
up.
few years, but
We had $1.5 million in there.
now it's good.
Oh, you get it first, well, yeah.
1.9.
So anyways, and at some point, we leveled off, but we really aren't putting much back in there through our budget process. So if we don't add here, we're gonna have to take more out of it without putting money back into it. And so,
But again, you went a lot of years where you put money into it, you didn't take any money out, because you didn't do anything, because they were going for $6 million.
I know,
Like, what the heck do you need six, that's why I say, every project for 10 years out right now is funded in that account, plus about $70,000
but I'm not,
today.
what I'm saying is that I'm not in favor of spending that $70,000 without putting something back into that.
Right, this is a rainy day.
Rather than add money to that building account, if you put money into this account, this for 22, that's less money we gotta take out of the building account when we buy a pickup. So that's like adding money to the building.
Yeah, and the effect is that the net figure that comes across will be less.
So considering he wants to buy in 23, I'd like to suggest that we increase this from 2,000 to 5,000.
Well, why not? I thought we had a plan pretty. What we just talked out was, maybe I misunderstood this. Scott, what you said you said leave this alone and then do the reset when we do it. Which I guess I'm for that, because that way we're not increasing an assessment because of that event. You're following?
Yeah, I know exactly what you're saying, and that's one of the suggestions. My problem with that is that means we have to take more money out of the building maintenance account when, in 23, when he actually buys a pickup. And because we're not putting a lot of money back in the building maintenance account, I didn't want to tap into that quite as severely. And by actually increasing this from 2 to 5,000, we're putting 3,000 in the building maintenance account, because that's 3,000 we didn't need to take out of it in 23. So that was my reason, land. We have $70,000 surplus over and above our CIP projects, which is a good chunk of change. I just don't want to wake up someday and find out that's zero. You know what I mean? That we didn't add money back to it. So.
I guess I don't know enough about it.
Well, I mean, we have hypothetically, we have $750,000 in them, and we have $680,000 worth of CIP projects that we projected over the next 10 years. That leaves us a balance of 70,000 in the maintenance that we haven't earmarked for anything. So that we can tap into that amount, but I'm just saying.
Other projects are coming.
Yeah, and it might be another emergency, you know.
And other projects are coming in, inflation, there's a
Well, we
lot
don't
of
know.
pressures, yeah.
We're gonna complete this list we have, but then we'll have another one. You know, and at some point, you're gonna have to replenish, but Scott and I have talked about that as well. And some of the contribution rate has to pick up, but now we're just enjoying the surplus that we have. It's all.
Okay, so the
paid for
question
in
is,
advance.
you want to add more money to this, or just leave it and ultimately take the difference between what he can build between now and 23 out of the maintenance?
Well, I would say, why not make the increase? And as you get closer to finalizing your numbers, if you need a place where you need to trim this budget a little bit, there's a place where you could. And other than that, you're trying to pay it ahead a little bit.
Scott? What do you think?
Right. I don't think you increase any more than to 3,000. That's gonna be a new number going forward. I'm not worried about the capital building plan. That's under control. More than under control.
So 3,000 is the figure that
That would be close.
sustains us.
Right, so when you transition into it, your budget's already set up for the 3,000.
Right. So
If you need to go to
you can
35.
do it on the run.
Do what?
Let's do 3,000. That'll make enough sense to just 7 or 8 years.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're going to increase it to 3,000. Okay. All right, that completes your budget finish. I don't want to make it sound like we're trying to get ready to, we have a,
Yeah, no, absolutely.
we have another discussion here.
I know you do.
Needs to take place.
And,
Quite honestly, anybody need to say it all the time.
thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Scott.
I just need to stay
That
in
does
the
complete our agenda as far as agenda items, so.
Well, yeah. Before we get too deep into that, I just want to let you know that Knowlton Sullivan abatement, just an update on that, nothing from the courts. And right now I have the abatement scheduled for September 21st. There's gonna be 2 of them. So, just to keep her prepared. And I have another one out of Dedham that needs to be, Herb wants it done by his Dedham assessor. He's headed to Florida in October. So if we could get that in, which I think you can.
I am gone
Who?
The-
Uh-oh.
20th through the 24th.
So we're probably better off to move that up to the prior week.
Of what, August or
Of
September?
September.
And actually, well, I guess you can, yeah. We should probably talk about scheduling that for the prior week and whether or not you do just abatements or you handle emergency stuff or was it a full meeting or,
What week could we train? Well, we could talk about.
so it'll be the 14th, the mass, right?
Yeah, so, yeah, my market is the week of the 20th,
Okay, September, right?
September.
Yeah.
I was gonna bring that up at the end, but
Or do we want to inquire about another delay? Remember, this was the one that I talked to, informed the applicant as to what might be advantageous to him.
I thought we were talking about Dedham.
Oh, Dedham is fine. That's not,
I was gonna say, there's no reason to delay Dedham.
no,
No.
no.
And I say that we tried to delay Sullivan until after the hearing,
Till after,
after the court hearing.
also ask for, see if they'll agree to another delay.
is there any complications?
I'm not, let me reach out. I'm not sure. I don't anticipate, but let me reach out. I'll just use the same outlook, you know, the courts are back as long as, you know, as long as they're amenable to it. I think as the applicant, they can
They're not
say,
losing any of their rights by agreeing to that.
And neither are we.
right, I think by rights, they could not agree and you would have to hear it. Or it would be, they could deem it as a answer.
Well,
Move on to the
if they
next
didn't
process.
agree to it, and we didn't hear it, it's a denial.
Right.
Yeah.
September, we're meeting on the 8th, right? I right, it's September 8th is our New Year meeting day because of the holiday weekend.
Oh, yeah, is it, yeah, it was, I think we agreed to the day after, right? So, yeah,
September 8th, and then we're,
yeah, so that would be 16th.
They're going from the 20th to the 24th.
yeah.
So you want to remember that for any meeting on the 21st.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask for, was, could, that, the 21st was was the second.
Okay. Any chance of remote participation or? Okay.
He did, you're trying to schedule an abatement for the 21st?
I'm going to a market where I'm buying for next season, so
Yeah.
it would be really, I'd lose a half a day.
What day was you thinking about Dedham abatement? You had to have it done before.
I
October.
haven't received anything back from them yet.
That's one that had to be heard before October.
Before October 10th, I think it was. I'll check back with Herb and get a definite. I think he texted me and I don't have that any longer, but
What about meeting, I know this is counterproductive to what we agreed to last time. What about the 1st and the 14th?
it's the first one. It's
That's a Wednesday.
Wednesday.
So we'd be meeting, see, the problem is we'd be meeting back to back or creating a bigger gap. And then in October, that first Tuesday is the 5th.
That could be a problem for John because he has to schedule as many days in advance.
Hmm.
Yeah, I already changed the schedule to
Oh, to the 8th, right.
I already had off.
I'm sorry to throw a monkey wrench. I didn't.
No, well, if they don't want to, well, I'll deal with the abatement separately. I'll find out if they're willing to.
Well, you could hear it without me. I could miss it.
It's not a, yeah, for me, I'd rather not do that, but,
We don't have time. We really need to.
Yeah, I agree.
yeah.
Put your feet, well,
Yeah. It'd actually be nice if it worked out that you got the Dedham abatement, because just one and it, less complicated depending on what the court might
did you say
say.
the first doesn't work for you, John?
Not really. They've already scheduled once to fix it for the Labor Day thing.
Oh, okay.
So probably already scheduled. The schedule's probably already been written.
Good.
I mean, I can look at
So let's figure out something so we'll stick with the 8th. Does that give us 3 votes today, the 3rd, right? So August 3rd and August 17th, so you said the 1st, but yeah. A different time of day?
I can look and see. Let's see what's going on.
Maybe you meant late day, early evening, I don't know. Well, while we're chewing on that, so I guess I'm going to attempt to dive into the next topic, which is the hazard pay. And here's my thought process. One is the hazard pay, as I said, I think is something that we should address. We've had conversations when this all first took place, that if we had the funding, when we were talking about it, it was something we seriously considered. So my recommendation, my thought process is to take, and everybody gets something in 2 tiers. The first tier for me are RCC, corrections officers, deputies, and maintenance staff. Those are the 4 departments that were, I mean, if anybody was hands-on, hands-in, it's definitely those 4. So I think they deserve a little bit something extra. So the number I'm at is $5,000, $4,000, something like that. And by doing a stipend amount, you're getting away from having to figure out, hours, base of pay, lack of fairness, lack of, equity, those sorts of things. And then there's the second tier, which is pretty much everybody else. And I've suggested 2,500, 2,000, 2,500, somewhere in that area. That's the easy part. Where we transition into kind of what you brought up is, that is one of those items that can be done retro with the ARP monies. I mean, it can go back to last year. As we'll look into the budget here in a little bit, and just from an overview, the last couple of contracts, we have given 7% increases, because we needed to hit those numbers so that at the end of the contract, we can take care of this problem where even the BAC, and it just hasn't been in-house, but it's even been to the BAC and others have said, Hancock County, in order to stay and maintain and develop professionalism, needs to be competitive with the market out there. And we were not. So at the end of those contracts, we will be. The only one we haven't addressed yet is non-union. We have a corrections contract coming up that needs to be addressed, but without going into negotiations, considering the other 2, kind of gives you a good indication where that's going to go. So if you take 7% versus 3% annual, even over a 3-year period, that's a 21 to a 9. So there's a huge disparity. So how do we close that gap? Well, the first question for me is to you, is that an issue? There are departments right now that I'll tell you from looking at when I run my numbers that personnel will be making more than management. Base pay, that's not even counting overtime and special items like that.
In the non-union department?
Union personnel will, because there's a 7. Non-union maintains because you're only at the 3 for both management and.
Will there be non-union, non-exempt employees making more than the department heads?
In the departments with unions, yes.
No.
If I understood the question.
Without unions.
Departments without unions, no, because you have the 3 and they got a 3, so it maintains there.
Mm-hmm.
But if you correct the unionized departments, then that increases those department heads or that personnel. And then there's a disparity, which will certainly be identified, if not already pointed out, but and again, I think that's the last jump. This is really what started it, is when I started looking at the budget this year, is how do we take that last jump? We had conversations about taking that last jump and becoming marketable and competitive. Well, after looking at the union, I was like, dang, we're already there. They're all set. It's the others that are not. So if that is an issue, then my solution, one of my thoughts to one solution is to retro using the ARP funds.
Also, you asked a question, I don't mean to stop you, but
No.
you asked a question if it's an issue.
Mhm.
I think you pointed out that it is an issue.
Well, both historically and even currently, sometimes what I perceive as an issue is not the same as the board. So that's what, out of respect, that's why I'm asking, is that I see it as an issue and I've devoted some concentration to this, which is why I'm standing here today. But if it's really not an issue, then.
Well, if, let's say we decided it's not an issue, I think we're just kicking it down the road because eventually it's gonna be a huge
That's actually the answer.
atrocity.
That's actually the answer to your question. It is an issue today, yes, I'm telling you that. If you choose not to deal with it, and I think a comment was made in a conversation where we should have addressed this last year. And in truth, maybe, but it wasn't as blatantly obvious. as we transition, because we're going into a second year of sevens. So now you really, that gap is really wide. So what I'm proposing is
Even it out with the ARP.
use the ARP funds to, and again, this is with the non-union, after the ARP funds, as of July 1st of this year, it moves forward, we increase, I'm proposing 5%, which is close to a grade. It also closes that gap. And that continues for non-union to the rest of this year. Now, it's not budgeted. How do we pay for it? Well, we've got some interest money with the ARP monies that's coming through, that we do not have to put back into that account. And quite honestly, deeds is another area where you can look at and expect some surplus. If we don't do it this year and you wait till the beginning of 22, in other words, with this budget and address it, you're looking at, you're looking at putting a 7 in there instead of a 3. And are you willing to commit that for a couple of years? And I think that would be a bigger pill to swallow than going back and, oh, by the way, ARP doesn't help you pay for it.
Sure. So that is a wake-up call that, I've always felt that you can't treat non-union people differently, although you can. It's not good practice to treat non-union people and union people differently, because this is what happens. So we gotta fix, in my opinion, we gotta fix this.
I think one of the things is that the gap from market rates to current rates for the unions was larger than the non-union. I might get some disagreement from some of the non-union people, but it was. So that jump is not as significant as it was with the unions.
But so now we're, I understand why it was done, because we weren't market, right?
Mhm.
That's the why.
Right.
But that why has gone away, because you're saying we're darn close to the market now.
If a 21% increase, now that you don't get the full benefit of that but I can tell you, I'm not familiar with anybody else getting 7s. And if I remember right, on average, we were probably 10, 11, 12% away from being marketable. So if you get a 7 and the general rate out there is probably, I can't imagine it'd be more than a 3, even if it's a 4, you gain 9 over those 3 years. That's a heck of a lot closer. And that resets for unions so that, going forward, again, not to give away negotiations, but I don't see 7s in the future. I don't see the necessity for it. It's a better management. It's almost like a restart, like we did like we talked about with the maintenance truck.
So okay, so it sounds like a plan.
Yeah, but I have one more point. So after the 5% from July 1st in this year's budget, I still think you need to commit to at least a 4 this year, going to 22. And that might, and I would recommend another 4 the following year, but that's down the road that you can take a look at that.
That's non-union
only, yeah.
See, okay, so does that put us in a precarious bargaining position when the union contracts?
I don't see how it shouldn't if you stick to your, I think the question could be asked, but the direct answer to that direct question is you had 7s those 3 years. And I mean, if you want to talk about fairness, and they only had a 3. Now, one of those years, did you get a 5? Well, yes, but if you take that 3-year 21%, and I'm saying 5, 4, and 4, that's still only 13. There's still a disparity there, but that gap wasn't, again, I'll point out that gap going from union to market, from current to market, was not as wide as non-union.
Okay, so now dragging this back to the ARP funds. The ARP funds are going to be distributed equally between union and non-union.
Yeah. Yes, based on the 2 tiers, yeah.
So that
the only non-union group would be maintenance in the elevated tier, in tier 1, the higher tier.
But when we say 4% increase, like this year, let's say, period. We're not, and then we're adding the ARP on top of it, right?
Yeah, so you'd be looking, yeah, theoretically, you'd be looking at a
That's what I figured.
pretty, yeah, 9%
Yeah.
increase.
Yeah.
Say that again.
But that's 2 years. So that's 2 years. You're gonna put 4 in the budget, but 5 is gonna be current, but your budget increase is gonna show larger because of where you started. Your differential is gonna be larger.
I'm having trouble understanding what the ARP funds have to do with 5% effective July 1st on. Because the ARP funds are going to be paid lump sum in 2 tiers, depending on who you are.
Right.
That's just one check, there you go.
Right.
But what we're doing is effective July 1st.